flag out.
Good morning. Thank you. We call this meeting of the City Council Strategic Work Session to order. And I thank you for being here this morning. It's good to see all of your faces bright and early on a Saturday. And I'll go ahead and hand this over to our Assistant City Manager, Acting City Manager, Ashley Combs. It says assistant on the side.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this meeting. We're excited to get started. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to Amy. I know she's got a roll call she's got to do before we get started.
Mr. Lawley.
Present.
Mrs. Carter. Mr. West.
Here.
Mr. Horn.
Here.
Mayor Slamka.
Here. Do we have a motion to excuse Mrs. Carter?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to vote. Mrs. Kank, please call the roll.
Mr. West.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mayor Slamka.
Yes.
Mr. Lawley.
Yes.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
All right, as you can see, we've got a pretty jam-packed agenda, so I'll just kind of give it a brief start here. So the work session goals today are to gather understanding of city departments and the projects that we currently have going and future projects. We're going to work towards building consensus. So there'll be opportunity to talk to department heads about the projects that they have, and they're going to be, asking for some direction during this meeting. So we did have a community survey, and right before this session was scheduled, and we had 64 submissions. The priorities identified by our residents were cleaning up Middletown, economic development, city safety, fire police, code enforcement, and downtown redevelopment. So the city's vision for the future, this comes from our 22 comprehensive plan. So resilient neighborhoods, how do we do that? A few items there are housing investments, reducing vacancies, strengthening our code enforcement, a thriving economy, job creation, supporting local businesses, a strong infrastructure, so our safe streets, investing in our parks, health and public safety, providing top-notch first responder services, and addressing food deserts, and community pride, so that's supporting our arts, entertainment, and recreation. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to our police chief, Earl Nelson.
Morning. Thank you guys all for listening to our presentation today, and we try not to make it too long, but first what we're going to do is kind of give you our goals and then a brief overview of what the police department is going to look like in the future or for 2025. Then following that, we'll probably give you some statistics to show what we did in 2024 and how we're going to improve upon those goals in 2025. If you're not familiar with the structure of the police department, this is kind of what it looks like. At the top, you'll see the police chief, the two administrative assistants that are on the side of the hallway, and then it's broken down into divisions. You'll see the investigation division, which is supervised by a deputy chief, a deputy chief and two sergeants. Then you had the patrol divisions, which contains the majority of our workforce. You'll have a deputy chief, lieutenant, several sergeants, and it's broken down in different areas. And then we have our operations division, which is probably the second largest division that carries our workforce. Our operations division, you'll see the deputy chief followed by a lieutenant, the communications, police records, and jail. The jail has a sergeant. The records has a record supervisor, and communications has a sergeant as well. So there's 16 dispatchers for 2025 in the communications section, The records has about 10, and the jail consists of about 20. Most of those are corrections officers. The court liaisons, if you're not familiar with the court liaisons, those are the guys you see standing up there in front of the judge who escort the prisoners from the jail up to the court for their arraignments and back down. The cleaning person also falls under the umbrella of the police department, and they work under the operations division. For communications, the new CAD software that City Council approved is one of the biggest changes that you will see. New CAD software, like I said in the staff report, it's severely needed. This will help make us more efficient, and it will allow us to communicate better with other agencies without having to make phone calls. If it goes according to plan, we should be able to look and see all the other agencies who are part of Central Square and communicate with them and share information more easily. And again, it's going to make us more efficient. Our software we are currently using is extremely outdated and is very difficult for us. If you're not familiar, most of the time I know seems illegal, but we have to drive and look up information at the same time or read information from a computer and go into several different programs that we're currently under. It makes it really difficult for officers to get that information prior to getting to a call. The new software should be a whole lot better than what we're working with now. Again, you approved the 16th dispatcher and communications, which will reduce the amount of overtime that we saw in 2024. Police records, the biggest addition you'll see is the redaction of the body camera software. We're still working out the bugs with that, but again, we receive an extremely large amount of public records requests for body camera footage now that the community knows that we have them. So the software that we're going to see makes it easier and will make the records more efficient and getting those public records requests out. Corrections, again, we added an additional staffing to corrections, which will push us to full staffing. The biggest change you will see that will make the police department more efficient is that we are working with the state to be able to train our corrections officers to carry. Now, what that does for the police department is allow us to keep those patrol officers on the street. When there's times that we have to escort or transport someone to the hospital, an officer has to stay with them. No longer will we have to pull a beat officer off. We will have the corrections officers transport and stay with those people while they're at the hospital. And also when we have to transport we have to transport prisoners to Butler County for jail to jail, they will do that and not the patrol officers. So that will keep officers on the street. Investigations, under the investigations section, that's Deputy Chief Tipton's section. You'll see that criminal investigation and special operations is under the umbrella. I don't know if I put it in this slide, but we're talking over 600 cases were assigned out between special operations and criminal investigation sections for 2024. You'll see that there are 9 total general assignment detectives and 6 special operations detectives. General assignment, the updates we'll be doing is that our interview and interrogation rooms the camera recording system is very outdated. We're looking to upgrade that, looking to make those rooms soundproof so that you can't hear anything in the rooms as we're speaking with people. So here's some statistics from 2024. See, we took 62,000 calls for service, which is a large amount of calls. I think the only other city in Butler County we fall behind is Hamilton. 2,800 prisoners were booked into the Middletown City Jail for 2024. One of the biggest things you'll see is that our communications center answered 110,000 calls or phone calls. 23,000 were outgoing calls, 134,000 incoming and outgoing calls for 2024. That is a lot of phone calls. The next request, as we spoke with earlier, 2,400 requests just for the police department alone. The next highest department in the city was 190. Gov deals, which you'll see that comes from our impound lot and other things that we sell on Gov deals. Those are items that we no longer utilize. We put those on Gov deals and it is auctioned off. Last year it netted $142,000. Since 2005, since we started using Gov deals, it's $2.5 million. Special Operations, Sergeant Wilcox and his team has done an outstanding job. Been a little short-staffed for several reasons, but spoke with him, and he wants to continue the number of drug overdoses. Since the heroin epidemic, the city's drug overdoses has dropped down. That's due to awareness and their strong investigations. Again, with the additional staffing given to Wilcox, he said he wants to maintain a strong focus on enforcing drug investigations. We didn't put it out there. I sent it to City Manager Combs, but there was an investigation involving the DEA where they seized an extremely large amount of methamphetamine that came into the city. It was they call it a controlled buy, but it was stopped at one of the post office, and they intercepted it and did a controlled delivery and was able to arrest the suspects. So they want to continue to do that and work with other agencies so that we can put a stop to the drugs coming into the city. So the biggest change that the city and council and city staff will see is our beat realignment. With the additional staffing that council gave us, we saw a need for adding additional beats to the east end of town, and we did that. I'm gonna have Lieutenant Porter and Lieutenant Gibson come up because they kind of put this beat realignment together, and let them explain to you.
So we were tasked to realign the beats. We wanted to come up with a plan that would make it more efficient for the Middletown citizens and make it more safe for officers and the citizens. So the way this is one of our old, or still our current plan right now, and this is a 6-car plan, beat plan. What happens, this is normally a beat plan that you would see on day shift, because during day shift there's a lot of other officers here during the day, and they would get a little bit more extra help. So they're usually down one man, or it's just minimum staffing, so sometimes they can have more. So the way this beat plan is you can kind of see where things, the beats are color coded, but beat 12, I don't know if anybody can see that, but it's on the top right side of the map. That turns into one big beat, and it kind of messes up the coverage of the beat. So it would be the biggest beat, but a long time ago when they made these beats, crime stats were lower in those areas, and it wasn't really a need for to make it a two beat plan. So what happens on the 7-car beat plan is a 7-car beat plan is typically something that you would see on second shift or in midnights. And what happens with this beat plan is that beat plan on the top right side is actually split into 2 beats. And right there on the east end where you see I-75 furthest on the east side, there's only 2 beats that cover that whole area. So we wanted to come up with a plan that we could add more cars out there, so when we get let's just say we get 2 calls out there on the east end. If we get a disturbance out there that involves 2 police officers, there's no coverage there. If something big happens, then what happens is that we would have to call another car from further west to come down and take care of another call that might be urgent at that time. So we want to make it a little bit more efficient and safer for everybody. So on the right side is a shift report. This is something typically that you would see in during roll call, and we assign officers to those beats, and those beats are assigned by numbers, and that's how the city's divided up into. So like Officer Floor would be beat 5, and he's the primary officer responsible for any calls that he would get on that beat. So we came up with a new beat plan, and me and Tony sat down and tried to come up with something.
So like Lieutenant Porter was describing there, you can see beat 5, which is on the top left-hand side of the map there. On the prior plan, it went all the way down to Central Avenue, covered a lot more area. You can see how we realigned the beats here and made each beat becomes a little bit smaller, allowing the officers to get into the neighborhoods a little more often, allowing the officers to patrol their beat more clearly. And with 9 officers patrolling there, should increase response time. It should also give greater coverage of the city throughout the day and night. Really working on some of the preventative crimes, stopping some of the thefts and things of that nature on those beats. Specifically talking about beat 5, you can see how making it smaller will allow the officer to patrol specifically the Wilbraham, Titus, Jewel, and North Verdi Parkway area right in that section, allowing them to cover that area on a greater time. Again, you can see also on the right side there was a shift report, how many more officers that'll give us per day serving the citizens here in Middletown. Again, Beat 5 here, the boundaries of Beat 5 will be north of the city limits of the river, east of Brill Boulevard, south to Reinhardt's Boulevard and the railroad tracks, and west to the city limits. So that's pretty much the entire portion of Verdi Parkway from Smith Park all the way to the city limits of Franklin there, and then down into the parks area where the bike trail is in the river area. And like I said, this should allow them to control those extra areas like Jewel, Wilbraham, North Verdi Parkway, and keep an extra eye out there for thefts and things that are going on, try to prevent these things from happening. As you can see, Beat 6 has been cut in half, starting down at north on Manchester Road. It goes east to North Brill Boulevard, south to Central Avenue, and then west to the railroad tracks that would split it with Beat 5 there. This would allow the Schaefer area, the areas of like University where the Needlers is, and all the way up through Wildwood area to be patrolled extra and really give an extra coverage of there. For Beat 7, it shrinks down just a little bit, but it mostly stays the same, as that we felt that coverage of that area was actually fairly thorough. Beat 7 was located south of Beat 6 and west of Beat 12. It's approximately 9.1 square miles in perimeter, and the beat boundaries are Central Avenue, east to South Brill Boulevard, Jackson Lane, south to the Cliffs property line and before Oxford State Road, Cliffs property before Onika, West Cliffs property before Ottawa Street, Cliffs property before Yankee Road, and South Verdi. So as you can see, the bottom portion of Beat 7 is mainly the Cliffs property, which we've been working very well with that company, allowing allowing us to go in and actually see inside of there. But this allows Beat 7 to control the Crawford Street, Suffin Street, over to the Burbank area and up to Jackson Lane, and then mainly the Roosevelt Boulevard being the main boulevard that it would patrol there. Beat 8, which is located at the southwest side of the city, it's approximately 12 square miles. The beat boundaries would go from 11th Avenue, Lincoln Street, Verdi Parkway, Forest Avenue, Young Street, Grand Avenue, east to North University Boulevard, to Cliffs property, the 3000 block, south to the city limits and west of the city limits. Again, Beat 8's a larger beat, but as you can see, most of the bottom portion there is the industrial area, Cliffs, and the factories that are down on the south side of Yankee and that area. But again, Pershing, the Waneta area, Lafayette, and then the Minnesota area get a greater patrol because we've shrunk Beat 8, allowing Beat 9 to incorporate some of the area that it can patrol on there, allowing them to stay in those neighborhoods a little more often. Beat 9 is located to the west of the city and just north of Beat 8. It's approximately 4.9 square mile perimeter. The beat boundaries are north of Columbia Avenue. It's Reinhardt's Boulevard, east and north of, east goes to North University Boulevard, and south goes to Grand Avenue near Forest Avenue, North Verdi Parkway near 11th Avenue, and west of the city limits. Beat 9 also controls the lobby area. We get a lot of walk-ins to the police department where individuals have issues and they need to come to the police department to report, so they cover that area. But we felt we could extend that down, allowing Beat 8 to shrink a little bit, allowing Beat 5 to shrink a little bit, and Beat 9 can cover the Carmody area, the Manchester Avenue area, down through Curtis and some of the Lincoln Street. Beat 12, which is an East End beat, is located south of Beat 17, which will be a new beat, and west of I-75, approximately 7.3 square mile perimeter. The beat boundaries are Rosedale Road to the north, I-75 to the east, Roosevelt Boulevard to the south, and South Brill Boulevard to North Brill Boulevard. So Beat 12, as it currently sits, currently covers both the east and west side of I-75, which would be the atrium and some of those areas. We wanted to reduce that area to allow Beat 12 again to patrol these neighborhoods better. That's your Moore Road area, your Creekview Drive, your Locust Lanes, your Boylston areas, and of course Grand Avenue and Roosevelt, Dixie being the major roads through there. What this also allows is, because an officer's not trying to cross back and forth between 75 on Roosevelt Avenue repeatedly, which really narrows their kind of patrol area, it allows them to stay to the north side of Roosevelt and patrol those neighborhoods better. Beat 19, which will be one of the new beats that we're putting on, is strictly east of 75. Beat 19 is located east of 75, approximately 11-mile perimeter, north of the city limits, east of the city limits, to South Hendrickson Road and west in I-75. This will cover the entire of the new event center that's being placed in there. It'll allow the greater patrol of the Renaissance Boulevard area and up to Union Road, the Atrium Boulevard Kettering Medical Center, and of course the hotels there off of Commerce Drive. We know we get a lot of complaints about lack of officer presence in the Renaissance neighborhoods, and it's simply because in the prior beats, beat 18 and 12 are both trying to cover the east and west side of I-75. We felt putting this beat in would allow a particular officer to patrol that area, and we should get a lot more presence out there. And especially with the growing east end, with the event center going in, it should allow for assistance when, traffic, things of that nature. Whenever event centers are trying to clear out, we need officers out in that area. Beat 17, which is the second new beat we're putting on, was the other half of the old Beat 6. Beat 17 is located to the north of the city, to the north of Beat 12 and 6, approximately 5.7 square mile perimeter. The beat boundaries are north of the city limits, the railroad tracks, east limits Dixie Highway to Rosedale, city limits and to the city limits, west to North Brill Boulevard. So again, this incorporates all of your North Brill Boulevard, your Manchester Road, your Riverview area. As we all know, there's a very large neighborhood growing on the the east side of the Riverview Avenue that's exploding out there, and with the prior beat plan, we're unable to patrol that on a regular basis just because of staffing. With this new beat plan and the new staffing, we should be able to have an officer out there 24/7. Beat 18, which currently patrols both the east and west side of I-75. Beat 18 now is located to the south side of the city and south of Beat 12 at approximately 9.7 square miles. Beat boundaries will be north of Roosevelt Boulevard, State Route 122, I-75, south of the city limits, and west of Jackson Lane. Again, we've reduced this so they no longer have to do that little intersection there between 75 and 122, and now they can focus on Walmart, they can focus on the Lefferson Road area, their portion of Brill Boulevard and Bonita, and again, help prevent some of those thefts that we've seen so much of. Chief. What would you say, Chief? I didn't know if you want to finish.
So as you can see, our goal for 2025 is to give the city and the community a more visible police presence. We've heard the complaints. One of the biggest complaints we get is lack of traffic enforcement and coverage in the different neighborhoods. So our two biggest changes that we're going to make is the beat plan and to add those patrol officers to the street. Once we get the full staffing, probably sometime after summertime, you will see those officers on the street, and you will see traffic officers out there conducting traffic stops. My goal as the chief of police is to change the narrative that people have about the city of Middletown. Now, those of us who live in the city and work in the city know that this is a great city, but those from the outside only hear or see things on the news, and they have a narrative that I don't like about the city of Middletown. So we want to change that. So our policing this year is going to be a little bit more proactive than what you would normally see. I know it's going to upset some people, but we need to change that narrative. This is a really good city and a safe city, and we need to let everyone know that. So with the increased staffing and the beat alignment, you will see more police officers out there doing the work that everyone sees. I'll take any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Porn?
So with the, with the new fire station being out in the Renaissance, and I truly want your opinion, if city staff could make the old fire station on Cincinnati-Dayton Road or Dixie Highway, whichever road they want to call it, would it be helpful to have a remote station out there?
Yes, sir. So we've been discussing that amongst the command staff, and yes, it would, for simpler reasons, for us, and I don't want to get too crude, but we have to have a safe place to use the bathroom for our female officers, more importantly, and our male officers, so they don't have to drive from, let's say, Beat 17 all the way down to the police department to use the bathroom. And, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes. We can cut that down. So for us, it's easy. for males, but for females, they have to get completely undressed. So that would be a great help. On the other end, yes, we can process people there for small things that aren't arrestable. So if we get a shoplifter from Walmart or one of the retail stores, we can take them there, process them, and release them at that substation, where they don't have to drive to this side of the town to have them processed and released. The other thing is that we're running out of storage for our property room. If you do not know this, there is a records retention schedule. For homicides, you have to keep that property forever. You cannot ever get rid of it. We're losing space in the police department, and we were talking about this or discussing using that substation if we were to get it as a means to store property or long-term storage for property. So yes, that would tremendously help us out.
Okay. Next question. During the summer months, mainly from end of May till probably the middle of September, and this was brought up to me by a business owner downtown. Do you guys, is it feasible to have walking beats, or do you do that?
Walking beats hasn't been around for a while. Again, staffing hasn't allowed us to do that kind of patrolling, but with the additional staffing, we won't call them walking beats, but we will encourage officers to park your car and get out and walk. Now, there are some older officers who do that now when they have time, but yes, that's been discussed between the staff.
It's just been mentioned. I just want to mention that. And yeah, I really think with that remote site, that gives you the ability to be able to help let your officers service themselves, but also these new beats that you're having here, it's quicker response. And then also it makes it where you have the downtown headquarters and you have this remote. So if you have an incident in the middle, being at the Braille area, quicker response there. You're within, what, 3 minutes of the majority of the schools, so you could help respond to the SROs. So I would just encourage city staff to continue to work with the chief on this. It's our building. I know renovation has costs and everything else, but I think that's a great location because it's kind of a main thoroughfare. You'll have quicker responses, and like you said, you can do quick processing, or then you can also hold someone and then transport them down to the headquarters when you need to. So.
And the biggest deterrent of crime is visible patrols. So if people see police cars out there, the likelihood of them committing crimes in that area is reduced because of the visible patrol out that area.
And currently, what is our response time?
I looked at the stats last night. Forgive me if I forget that, but it's not that bad. The East End gets a little shift change. It gets a little longer because the cars and all the equipment is on this side of town. So to get to the East End during shift change takes a little bit longer, but I think it was less than 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lally?
So just real quick, following up with Councilman Horns, would this be a, quote, true substation or true precinct where the officers report in that morning for their shift or that afternoon or that evening for their shifts there, and there's not a need for them to go down to the city building? Would it be a true precinct or a true substation? So we lessen the issue of them having to travel all the way downtown. Do you envision that? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yes, that would be the end goal, is to have a sergeant on this side of town and have a sergeant on the east side of town and a sergeant on the west side of town. Their roll call would be on this side of town, and their roll call would be on this side of town. Again, getting that up and running, we would store cars out here so they get their vehicles out here, and then cars down here. But yeah, that would be the goal.
Okay. I just have a couple other questions. So what, for 2025 now, what is the total authorized strength of the police department?
88.
88. So we added 6 additional positions to the Division of Police, and I think we really need to thank staff for really going back to the drawing board back in the budget. I know Ashley, Nathan, and Sam, I know you presented us a budget, but council, we wanted more officers on the street, so I know you guys had to go back and sharpen your pencils, and I know I really appreciate that, because being a staff member who had to do that, and you go back and daggone it, council, I'm kidding. I never did that. It's tough, and I know Sam and Nathan and Ashley had to really do a lot of juggling and work there. And so I think, and the biggest thing here, this 9-car beat plan, that's a home run. People, I think that answers the one question too, Councilman Horn asked about response time. That's going to seriously cut down on response times to the east end. So I appreciate you and your command staff and all the officers doing a great job.
We appreciate it. Again, we heard the complaints, and we're trying to get those coverage, or those areas of town that don't get as much police coverage as normal, but we heard it. Officers in our department really appreciate the work and the things that council and the city has given us. Again, we're going to try to pay that forward and make it look like you want to look like.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just one quick question for you, Chief. Thank you for presenting this today. It's great to see. I mean, this kind of the vision coming to life. When it comes to equipment, including patrol cars, are you guys tracking appropriately with replacing? I mean, do you need anything else?
No, I mean, you guys have been really generous to us. We had a discussion with my command staff the other day, is that overall the police department has received a lot of things from council and city, and I mean, we really appreciate it. The cars are coming in. It is a process to get those cars out on the street, but they're coming in, and we're getting them out there. The equipment is good. We don't, other than the CAS system, which you approved already, and our equipment is doing good.
Okay,
I can't
great.
say enough about the things you've given us. We really are appreciative. You asked Lieutenant Porter, Lieutenant Gibson, I was kind of explaining to him, like, look, we got it good right now. Put it.
Well, we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I had just a couple of things. I also wanted to say the new beats look phenomenal, but also you mentioned the traffic officers, and it sounds like our residents and people visiting can expect to see an increase in traffic. I guess you could say violations perhaps, or ticketing by, you said, the summer, or at the beginning of the summer, or around then?
Somewhere around in that area. Depending on, I mean, again, the field training program is a 6-month process, so it takes a little bit of time to get those officers that we hired trained by our current officers and get them patrolling on their own. But the goal is, once we have those officers trained and we're at full staffing, is to put a traffic officer out on the street.
So that's going to be great news for our residents. That, as you said, it's one of the highest complaints that we get. And I guess one of the things I'm curious about is like that communication with the public, just saying, hey, just so you know, drive the speed limit, we're going to be enforcing it. If that's a possibility as well, just to let people know it's coming. That's something I would like to see as well.
Yes, and then, like I said, the traffic boxes that you see around town, if you haven't seen those that hang up on the utility poles that tell you your speed, we added another one of those, or we're going to add another one of those. There's a huge request for that in the residential neighborhoods, so we added that along with more visible patrol. Hopefully will deter those complaints that you guys receive.
And you also mentioned body cameras. Are we on track to, or is a goal to have a body cam for each officer? Where are we now with the numbers for body cameras?
Right now, the current system that we're using is working out pretty well, which is we have a set number of body cameras. There's we call them boxes, but charging stations for first shift, second shift, and third shift. So as the officer comes in and they get their assignments and their equipment that they're going to use for the day, part of that equipment that they get assigned to is a body camera. There is a little RFID number that they scan with the body camera that assigns it to that particular officer for that shift. Once they're finished with their shift, they dock that camera. The information is downloaded to a server, and the video's there. But the current system that we're using is working. I guess at this point in time, I don't see any to add that expense. I think what we're doing is working. Troy and his staff have been really, really good at getting and keeping that equipment running.
So the governor recently signed that bill into law that you can charge now for individuals who ask for the video from the body cam. Are we going to start doing that in 2025?
Yes, sir. So I discussed this with Troy the other day, and yes, we're looking to come up with a price or prices. The latest, I don't laugh, but the latest request we got, and I think it was a YouTuber who asked for every video from every officer from every shift for the last 10 days, and he's going to continue that request until it is filled. Now, that is a lot of work for our records section to redact all that information.
But if we can we can get them for $750 a pop, which I see was the maximum you could charge, then you'll see those types of requests go down because it's just almost impossible to.
Yes, sir. And that is the hope, and I think part of the bill that the governor signed was that there are certain people that are exempt from being charged for that request, but the goal is to deter those profit organizations from doing records requests and putting a strain on our records section.
Those speed signs you were referring to earlier, the speed limit, how much are those?
I think Sergeant Rogers, who was in charge of those, I think they're about 4,000 each. Right now, the price goes up. When we did the budget this year, they were 3,000, and I think we looked the other day to see about ordering, they went up about $1,000.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments at this time? Well, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the Fire Division, so Chief Tom Snively will be presenting.
Good morning. First thing I want to go over is the calls for last year. So 2024 fire and EMS responses, you can see there pretty much the same as last year. We're up about 126 calls for service overall. The biggest change that we've seen in our run volume was Station 85. The fact that they back up Station 81 in headquarters. They make a lot of calls out of that station, which is a big change for us. We're still calculating the overall fire loss for the year for 2024, but overall, the calls for service are about the same as 2023, and we see about the same for 2025 as well. So short-term plan for 2025, implement the 2018 staffing and deployment analysis staffing recommendation, the fire chief succession process and what you'll see happen there, complete construction and occupy the 4 stations we talked a little bit about the other night, start the process of conducting another fire department strategic plan. Pretty proud of success we've had there. We've completed 7 of the 8 goals that we had in that plan, which is pretty unique. You don't see that much from what I'm told. Respond as an all hazards fire department, needs public safety needs of the community. We'll talk a little bit about that and what that takes. So the staffing and deployment analysis. That analysis was done as part of the strategic planning process. We had an outside agency actually do the analysis, and they told us we should be operating at 24 minimum per day, a minimum of 21. We are at 19. So my recommendation is going to be to apply for the SAFER grant that should be opening up in the next few weeks. Apply for 7 firefighters. That would get us to 21 per day. You see that the money there, about $2 to $2.1 million for 3 years. The last round of SAFER was completely funded. The city didn't have to pay, wouldn't have had to pay any funding. We don't know the details of the grant yet, but we suspect it'll be the same. If we do not get the SAFER, if we apply and don't get it, let me back up a little bit, that amount of money that you see there and the reason that'll be, it could be fluctuating is we don't know when it would be awarded. So it will depend on raises and where people are actually at in their pay scale when the award would actually come through. So we don't have that fixed number, but that's the ballpark number. If we didn't get the SAFER, I would recommend using some of the EMS revenue to do it. A little bit about that. So as you can see, from 21 through 24, the amount of money that we're collecting through EMS transports has risen quite a bit. There's a number of reasons for that. The biggest reason is signatures. Getting signatures and documenting the call properly for Medicare, Medicaid, self-pay, the other insurance companies is a critical part. We've really dialed in. I'm proud to say last year we had 100% signature compliance, something we haven't seen in years in the fire division. What that means for us is you'll see that revenue continue to climb. Medi-Cal Management, who does is the third-party billing company for us for our EMS transports, they are projecting next year that we will go up $744,000. That was done through an independent study, not them, not us. That was done through an independent company that did the study for them. So we're pretty happy to see this, obviously, to see that revenue continue to come in for those transports. Another reason that you'll see that big increase for us, a number of our patients are Medi-Cal, or Medicare funded, okay? We transport a lot of nursing home patients, so those calls are reimbursed through Medicare. They're increasing the reimbursements quite a bit. And again, with the documentation, signature compliance, we believe that we'll hit that. I've been told that's a conservative number. Again, that was done by a third party. So the first thing I would like to see again is us to apply for that SAFER and try to get to 21. So we'll talk about succession, and I guess nuts and bolts of what that 21 would get us. So the station out on the east end, Station 82, out by the Renaissance, when we open that station, we'll have 3 people in that station. There'll be an engine and a medic. They get a medic call, the 3 people get on the medic, they leave, the engine sits. They get a fire response, they get on the engine, they leave, the medic sits. If there are 5 in that station, both of those would be staffed. So if you got an EMS call, the EMS medic leaves, the engine's sitting there, it's fully staffed. Fire comes in, they can go. That's what you get. That's what we would get out of that. Fire chief succession plan. We currently have 1 assistant chief, 3 deputy chiefs that would be eligible to take that exam. As you can see there, a lot of experience in those ranks. 106 years combined experience between those 4 individuals. Pretty proud of that. You know, good problem to have, so to speak, but good thing to turn the department over to. The Competitive Assessment Center is scheduled for March 4th. That would all probably be completed in about a month. You're probably looking at my retirement date is June 16, so you'd probably be looking at the 2nd meeting in June to appoint a new fire chief. As you see up there, these guys, it's no mistake that they're prepared for the position. We have even, since Paul was there and even before, we take succession pretty, we follow it quite a bit. We keep an eye on it. We plan to get guys prepared. We plan to educate them, and then experience on top of it, as you see at the top, makes me feel pretty comfortable where the city's going to be. They'll be in good hands. Okay. Station construction, again, we talked a little bit about this the other night, council meeting. New Station 82 is pretty much complete. What we're missing there, as I said the other night, the outside signage is not done yet. The station alerting system has not been installed, which is coming. First week of February, that'll start. And that'll take a few days to get that done, get it all dialed in. And then we need to talk about a ribbon cutting and what we'll call a soft opening. I would like to hold off on the open house until spring, until we got all the landscaping done. Stations are completely finished. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm thinking the week of February 17th, to me, makes sense to do the soft opening. We'll talk about that internally a little bit more, nail that date down, and get it out as quickly as we can. The reason I've been waiting is because with the punch list, I wanted the punch list to come in. I wanted to see what we're up against as far as getting everything done, so that we don't do an open house when we got a ton of work yet to do. So same thing with 83. We're planning to occupy it the 24th. Looking at doing maybe that soft opening the following week, and then wait till spring to actually do the open house for the public when we get all the landscaping and everything complete. Station 81, 85 are running pretty much together. 81 is about 2 weeks behind 85. However, they do have all the masonry walls up. They have steel trusses up, they're putting decking down, interior plumbing, electricity, all that stuff is being done as we move through the winter. Obviously, there's challenges during the winter. The unions, you know, if we have below a 0 wind chill, they are not on site. A lot of the siding and things at headquarters got behind because of the weather. They were a little bit behind before that. The weather hasn't helped. But we are continuing to make progress, and I'm excited about the fact that we'll be in those buildings late May. So if you haven't seen the conceptual drawings of the building, this is headquarters. If you've driven by it, you can see it's really taken shape. And again, a lot of the things that you don't see on it yet are the letterings, the Maltese on the tower, things like that we need to get still finished. The exterior, some of the gutters are not up. The inside is pretty much done outside of the punch list and the stationing alerting. And then that's 82 out by the atrium. Same deal here, minus the signage that you see on the outside. Actually, they removed the bells Thursday from the current headquarters. They were taken to Akron, and the guy dropped them off, sent me some pictures of the signs, so they're well on their way, those ones that you're seeing there on the building. So hopefully we'll have those in the next couple weeks, and we'll get them up, and we'll be ready for the ribbon cutting. One thing I want to remind you, and you may remember this, about Station 82 is we did put a PD office in that station. There is a separate entrance through the front. To get into the office, it's basically an office for 2 people. It has cabinetry, it has all the counters that you would need. There's a bathroom right there, which is also the storm shelter. So, you know, just in hearing some of the conversations, maybe that would help temporarily. I mean, we could give them lockers or showers there. There's everything you need to do what you got to do there. So I'd like to see us take advantage of that, even if it's just on a temporary basis. But we would welcome them to be there. So. And then the last part, this is kind of the everyday stuff that we're doing, education, training, and response. We like to look at ourselves as an all hazards department. It's just not fire and EMS, it's technical rescue, hazmat, those types of things take a great deal of training and preparation. As you can see there, they're low frequency incidents. So what that means is confined space incident, swift water, high angle is not something you see every day, okay? It's something you might see a handful of times in your career. It takes a lot of prep, a lot of training that goes behind that to keep those people safe. So that all has to be planned for, and as you can see up there, we have a 36 months training schedule that just continues to rotate to be ready for that. Then you can see the high frequency, low risk, which is kind of our everyday things. We still do those, but they don't require the training or the prep as those low frequency, high risk. The good news is the new buildings that we have built have simulated training simulators. I mean, they have simulators inside the station to prep for those type of things. It used to be that we'd have to go to Butler Tech, we'd have to go to Warren County Career, things like that to do that type of training. That's over. So proud to say we have built most of those. Headquarters has a ton of it. Stuff that we have actually built into the buildings. All the stations have a version of that. So they all have mezzanines, they have a way to do rope rescue, hazmat, things like that, and drill inside their districts without having to travel all over. So we're excited about that. Again, as you see up there, it's not just the training, it's the equipment. Our equipment's expensive, no secret. We just got all new Stryker equipment, which is monitors, cots, the loading systems, all that stuff replaced, and we're on a replacement plan. Big home run. That's a huge part of our business. We always struggled to come up with the money to replace that stuff. So now it's apparatus. I mean, as you know, the cost of living since COVID kind of went crazy. Equipment, especially apparatus prices, went crazy. An engine that we used to pay $350 for is now $850. That tower ladder that we have, you're talking about $2 million. And you get to wait 2 years to get it. So there's still a huge demand for the equipment, but the prices have really went crazy. We look at those replacement plans, you know, almost daily. I have a deputy chief, and that's one of his other responsibilities outside of running his shift and making calls, as he just watches that like a hawk. So that is one of the challenges that we're going to face in the upcoming years, and how to budget for that somehow. I like to believe it would go back down, but I'm not very optimistic that will happen. As long as the demand's still there, they're going to continue to charge. So that's all I have. I'd be glad to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from
Got a couple.
Mr. Lawley?
Can you go back to the one slide on the EMS billing where you were talking about an additional 744,000?
Yep.
Okay, that one. Is that, you project to get an additional 744,000 or 240,000 from the 501?
Additional 744,000.
An additional 744,000.
And they're saying that, they're telling us that is conservative estimate. And that wasn't done by us or
Because if you
Middletown.
track that from 22, 23, 24, okay, it's going up a couple 100,000 every year, but all of a sudden they project us.
Yeah, and again, from what I was told, it's from the Medicare reimbursement, the amount that they're charging, the scales, they have adjusted all that. And that's since a great deal of our patients are Medicare.
Okay.
You know, again, it's about time something went our way, you know, in that regard. Because we make a lot of nursing home calls. And, you know, some of those we don't get reimbursed for.
Yep.
You know, they don't have a private there to transport them, and in some cases, they simply don't want to wait. And they'll tell our guys that, and, you know, we're glad to take them, but we're an emergency system, okay? Transporting people that don't have an emergency is not really what we're designed to do, okay? So we've worked out some ways to tackle that and discourage it. However, this is good news for us. Those people that we are transporting that have a legitimate need, it's documented correctly and we get paid, you know.
Yep. So then what happens, for those who don't, the EMS fund, it comes in and then it's dumped into the general fund essentially, and
yeah, the history
go-
behind the EMS fund, I mean, early on, it was a half, then it went to a third. That money went into basically a sinking fund in the fire department. We would use it for equipment. You know, but back during the recession and money got tight, you know, that ended. So now this all goes for, I think, fees for services or something. But yeah, that's.
okay. My next question is, I think it's a priority. I think what Chief Snigley's saying is the goal is we really need to get to 21 firefighters on duty a day. So to get a minimum manning of 21 on duty a day, you have to have about 28, 29 assigned to each shift. So, yeah, the SAFER grant is a way, you know, hopefully, possibly this, but the important thing is as we got the police department better staffed this year, we really do need to have a priority for 2026, in my opinion, to get, if not before, to get to 21 firefighter, paramedic, EMTs on duty a day. But my question is, until we can get there, is there any thought to taking Station 82 out there on the east side of 75 and making that a 5-guy station or a 5-person station, and having Sophie the 3-person station?
We have talked about that. The issue has become, as I started out this presentation by telling you, Station 85 has become one of the busiest companies in the city. If we took that company out and put them out there, our response times would go crazy, because that Station 85 is the one backing up 81 and 83. That's the second due company for those areas.
Yeah, it's however you want to
So
do it.
it's one of those things, yeah, you can move it around, but you're probably not going to get the response that you're looking for. And to add on to it, I mean, we were at 19 minimum in the 90s. We made 5,000 calls a year. We're making 13,000 calls a year.
Yeah, the only reason why I bring that up is my concern is you got the Renaissance neighborhood booming, and my concern is the length of time it'll take a fire engine to get out there if you have a house fire.
Well, I can tell you, we had a fire on Hendrickson Road 2 days ago, and it took us 12 minutes, which is unacceptable.
Absolutely, you're right.
So that station needs to be staffed. Is the solution taking them from another station? To my opinion, all you're doing is creating another problem. You're creating a problem for
Right.
the citizens that, quite frankly, were already here. I mean, the Renaissance deserves protection. They do.
Right.
But, you know, you can kind of shuffle it around, but I don't think you're going to like the result.
Right, it's a matter of triage, how do we triage it? Doing the greatest good for the greatest number of people, and that's.
And then the fire end, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, Middletown we still have quite a structure fires. We still have quite a few, around 200 a year. We had one this morning on the Highland. As soon as our guys cleared that call, Monroe had one on Old Street. So we pack up and we send units to Monroe. So we still have a lot of structure fires in the city. So, you know, having the units to respond on the EMS is great, but we have other risks. And especially with the developments going out there, the amount of apartments that we're putting out on the East End, the Renaissance, the highway, research, 2 hospitals, the development of the entertainment district, I mean, it just keeps coming. That area was, you know, I believe it was annexed in '94. And the station on Town Boulevard, we renovated it. We were supposed to be in that station 2 years, and here we are. So that area has developed a lot, and we got to have the protection to take care of them. We have a good relationship with Turtle Creek Township, Clear Creek, Franklin Township, but you know they have their own calls. We call them, and they'll come, but you know, those communities are smaller than ours, and they don't have the protection, they don't have the staffing that we do. So it's definitely a big need.
How soon do you think you'll get a good tracking from Medi-Count on the 744,000 if we're on track to hit that?
We will track it every month, every time Captain Turner, Andy Turner, who's over EMS, watches us like a hawk.
Okay.
So we're all over it.
Any other questions or comments from council?
Quick question. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate this presentation. So what we're hearing, I agree with Councilman Lawley, additional staffing. That's pretty big priority. I mean, from 5,000 calls years ago, you're still at the same staffing essentially, right? For this next year, do you see any high ticket items that need replaced equipment-wise that we should plan for?
Not right now.
Okay.
The big things is getting in, occupying the stations and start running. We think we have covered everything, but sometimes you don't know until you don't,
Right.
until you come across it. There's some soft costs that we're gonna have to cover. But some of the things I'm not comfortable purchasing until we're in and this is what we know we need, if that makes any sense to
Right.
you. As far as apparatus and those types of things, we're in pretty good shape right now. EMS, we're in really good shape. I mentioned the striker, and thank you for approving that to go through. It's a big deal, having that stuff on a rotating replacement. We've been able to address the cost of that stuff. Monitors, I mean, this is 10 years ago, they were about $30,000 cheaper. So you be able to lock that cost in, just like we kind of did with the stations. You know, because things are just going to continue to climb. So, now, I don't see anything real big at this point.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes. So with this, with your 21 personnel per day, and I just want your opinion on this, because we're an older city, and really from Braille to the river, the majority of the houses, including mine, is now over 100 years old. To your point of the fires are not going to stop, especially when people get cold. they employ, and this being an electrician, they will plug in what I call the Walmart heaters that are the size of a coffee table, and then they wonder why their breakers trip. But at times, they'll do things to cause a hazard. Do you think that maybe with these new stations that we're going to need more personnel because these houses, they're not going to take whole neighborhoods and wipe them out and redevelop and put newer stuff. Newer stuff my code has made it way safer than it was 10 years ago. So the likelihood of someone without causing a fire, electrical fire, on a new house in Renaissance versus my house, which is 100 years old, because wiring's not original, but it's still not 2023 code. So I guess my question is, or what's your opinion on, yes, we need to be at 21, but do you see in the future, because the city's going to continue to age, that we're going to have to get up to maybe a 28 or more?
Mm-hmm. The answer is yes. I think you hit it right on the head, and that wasn't lost on the people that did the staffing and deployment analysis. They evaluate the community and the housing that's here, and that's why they recommended 24. They said the minimum we should have is 21. So they recommended 24. And on top of that, what growth I could put into the station's headquarters specifically has more bunks than we need at this point. But to me, it made sense to plan for that because that needs to happen. I mean, just for the very things you said.
And kind of to bring that into perspective, I mean, you're dead on because, like, for example, if you get a house fire in the city of Middletown, we're lucky to get 12 guys on the scene. And that 12 may seem like a lot, but it's really not in a house fire, I'm telling you. So you take even like Westchester, Fairfield, Hamilton, you're talking they get a house fire and they got over 20 people on the scene of a house fire. You go down like Dayton or Cincinnati and you're talking almost 40 people. Middletown's almost like Cincinnati's busiest district, or a larger city's busiest district. So, and it's the same for the police department. And the thing is, as the city's aging and you get up into some of these houses, and 12's scary. And the staffing and deployment study, showed that. And
Yeah, they were very impressed with what we do. Most people around here are. We get a lot of calls and we do a lot of things for the amount of people that we have.
Any other questions or comments from council? I did have one myself, and first I just wanted to say yes. Having been able to ride along with fire, thank you so much for allowing that. That was wonderful, getting to see all 3 shifts. I know that if you want to be a firefighter, Middletown is a great place to be able to do the work. Now, mentioning the SAFER grant again, we apply for that every year, correct?
We haven't every year, but most years.
Most
yes.
years. When's the last time we actually received it? Do you know what year
that we received.
that we received
Yeah,
the
it's
SAFER grant?
probably been 6 years ago,
Yeah.
7. I would have to go back and look. We have been successful in the past. We've been very successful in the past. The last few, I mean, we spend a lot of time on the application. We do it inside. We have guys inside that do it. We look at the ones that are successful and we try to mirror that. I'm not real sure why we haven't got them. I've heard people believe it's politics. I don't know that. They don't give you a whole lot of detail as to why you don't get them. They're certainly justified. Now, are they more justified than somebody else? That's not up to me to decide. But when you see places like Philadelphia getting $20 million, I'm not saying they don't need them, but when there's only $350 million to start out, and it's for the whole country, and you're giving out $20 million at a time, it's not going to go very far. So I'm optimistic. We're going to give it our best shot, as we always do. Maybe we got some pull now. I don't know.
Is there anything, well, that's a good point. And is there anything that council can do to try to support that?
Well, really, it's just that, is to support it and allow us to apply.
Okay.
So, from what I'm hearing, that sounds like that's going to be a go. So then we would apply, and then if we receive it, then we would come back to you with the actual numbers, detailed numbers of what that would look like to accept it.
All right, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to have us take a quick break, and then we'll get back started. So about a 10-minute break.
10 minutes, all right, thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Carla Ely with the Middletown Health Department for her presentation.
Good morning. I'm Carla Ely, the Director of Environmental Health for the Health Department and Assistant Health Commissioner, and I am standing in for Jackie Phillips, who is our Health Commissioner and not able to be here today. I'm going to give a brief overview of our department and our programs. We are a department within the City of Middletown. However, we operate under the City of Middletown Board of Health. The Board of Health is made up of 7 members, including our mayor, who acts as our president. The board provides leadership and guidance and assists our department in carrying out our mission, establishing rules and regulations, or developing public health programs, reviewing and establishing fees, looking at our finance and our budget, and many other tasks. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing my, there we go. So our team, we have a total of 10 employees with our office. We have 8 full-time employees, 1 part-time medical director, and 1 contract public health worker. So this is our health commissioner, Jackie Phillips. Jackie, as you know, is our dedicated health commissioner. If you're familiar with her, you know that she's a tireless champion for public health and the community, always serving with unwavering commitment. Jackie definitely, she's always looking for different grants and things, and her vision is to ensure that the community is well served. She's just dedicated in the community as a health commissioner and a community activist. So our mission is to prevent disease and injury and promote health and wellness and protect the environment and achieve health equity. We collaborate with a wide network of public health partners to help fulfill our mission. We definitely could not do what we do without our public health partners. So one of our main departments is our Vital Stats. We issue birth certificates for anyone that was born in the state of Ohio. We also issue death certificates, the deaths for anyone that died in the city of Middletown. Soon, possibly, I think it's the spring or summer, the death certificates will also be available as a statewide issuance. So we're looking forward to that as well. Our nursing director monitors and assesses communicable diseases and reports morbidity and mortality. She follows up on all diseases and collaborates with environmental health in cases of foodborne illnesses, outbreaks of food facilities, and she collaborates with nursing homes, hospitals, and doctor's offices. Our nursing director also acts as our emergency response coordinators. Our office is constantly training for incidents such as a pandemic, if there is a train derailment, if there's a tornado, we're getting ready to do a chemical exercise for chemical spills, so we're always training to make sure that we're prepared for those types of incidences. In 2022, our office received accreditation. The Ohio Department of Health mandates that local health departments are accredited. It is an ongoing 5-year renewal process. For accreditation, the department has to complete a community health assessment and a community health improvement plan, which is also required to be completed every 5 years. We recently completed our community health assessment and CHIP in collaboration with Butler County Health Department, Hamilton City Health Department, and our public health partners and the community. Both of those are on our website, in the health department's website, if you'd like to view them. So the Environmental Health Division, this is our second division, is dedicated to ensuring a safe and healthy community by regulating and licensing various food facilities, including restaurants, grocery stores, vending sites, mobile food units, and temporary events such as the Ohio Balloon Challenge. Our environmental health programs are mandated by the state of Ohio. We currently have 350 food facilities in the city of Middletown, which includes vending. The food facilities include food service restaurants, retail food establishments, vending machines that have perishable food items and coffee, and we also license in the food facilities would be the mobile food units. We are seeing currently an increase in mobile food units. Mobile food units are licensed within the jurisdiction that the operator lives or has a business. Last year, I think we had about 15. This year, I think we have about 22. So we are seeing an increase in the mobile food units, and you could probably see those setting up around the city of Middletown. We have 21 schools that we inspect. We do the environmental inspections, and those are the public, private, and parochial schools. We have 12 body art facilities. We are seeing an increase in body art facilities as well, which includes permanent makeup, body piercing, and tattooing. We have 29 public pools, which includes hotels and apartments. And we have 3 at the golf course, golf courses and the Ys. We investigated approximately 80 to 90 animal bites yearly. We watch them for rabies surveillance programs within the city. If you don't know, any domestic animal must be vaccinated within 6 months. And when we investigate a bite, we usually would make sure we require them to get vaccinated if the animals are not vaccinated. We have about 703 septic systems within the city. In 2015, the state mandated that all septic systems be permitted and be under an operation and maintenance and inspection program. We've completed that. We actually started ours in 2011, and we pretty much are 99.9% know where all of our septic systems are within the city of Middletown. Our systems are on a 5-year, 1-year, and 3-year inspection cycle. Next month, about in March, in the spring, we'll start our inspection of our 5-year septic systems. So we're looking forward to that. We also inspect private water supplies for alterations and sealings. We have 1 campground within the city that we inspect, which is out on Germantown Road. We have 21 tobacco facilities that we also license and inspect since 2022. And we enforce the smoke-free workplace program for the state of Ohio as well for any smoking complaints in facilities. So along with inspection and licensing, we also do plan review within the city for our food service operations and body arts within the city as well. Last year, we had about 48 complaints, just general complaints that we looked at as well, any complaints that come in through the city for our establishments. In health promotion, we are committed to promoting wellness and education in our community. We participate in various initiatives, including health fairs, community events and festivals, vaccination outreaches, and clinics. We are always looking forward and opportunities to engage with our community. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Yes, Mr. Horn.
So on the inspections of the septic systems, are the ones that you've inspected, are they compliant?
Well, we haven't started that yet. We'll start in the spring inspecting the septic systems. And when we do that, what we're looking for, because most of the systems The conventional systems are below ground, so if they don't have a riser, we really don't see anything except we're looking for failures. So if the sewage is above ground, we can see that, and we will notify the owner if we see a problem. It will be more obvious in the systems that are called off-lot discharge or mechanical systems, because those you can pretty much see the failure. It has components. If the motor's not running, we can see those. But we haven't found, actually, we just found one failure actually yesterday that we got a complaint on. But we'll probably see some failures, I'm sure, when we do our inspections in the spring.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
And if we don't inspect the systems, we don't inspect all of them, because if the homeowner has, which is what we prefer to do, if they have, we prefer a septic provider to do the inspection, because it's a more intense, to have the system pumped and inspect the system. So that's what we're hoping that they do.
Okay, so to date, the City of Middletown Health Department has not inspected any septic systems in the city limits.
We will be this spring.
This
It's
spring.
like 5-year. There's a 5-year inspection, a 1-year inspection, or a 3-year inspection cycle.
Okay,
So the majority of the systems are inspected in the 5-year cycle.
okay,
So we have about 600 of those that we're getting ready to look at. If they haven't had a service provider look at them, we will look at them.
okay.
And they have to provide us paperwork showing that the system has been looked at
Prior. So, okay.
prior to, yes.
Okay. And then on the mobile trucks that we
Yes.
see, so they are licensed, and that's verified that, so you're driving around, or one of your representatives. So if you see a new truck that is setting up shop, and this is mainly at lunchtime and dinner time, and then usually they go home. But we're starting to see what they call cafes. How does the health department determine between that, if they're there for more than 30 days, and Wendy's?
Well, when we license them, we tell them they're not to set up for no more than for 30 days. And unless we go out and do some marking of their tires, which we probably could do that, but they could leave and come right back. So, but yeah, we would have to do some markings of their tires or something to make sure, because we don't know that they didn't move and set up, so that's what we would have to do.
You see what the brick and mortar folks are saying.
Yes.
You know, they have all these, they have a list of things that they have to be compliant, so they don't give our citizens food poisoning. And, you know, they also have to have restrooms, they have to have, keep the trash containers cleaned out and everything else. So my thought is yes, you can't, I mean, you don't even have to mark tires. You can take a picture, and that's time stamped. And, you know, if it's, and like you said, they could drive it home, but a lot of times you're seeing they kind of set up shop.
Oh.
And I'm not against folks coming in and serving our citizens, but we have to also be fair to the people who have all these regulations that they have to fall into, and then someone else chooses not to do that. So it makes me wonder, okay, if they're not going to follow the same as a brick and mortar, what other things are they willing to do to maybe cause harm and to make your job harder?
Yes. Well, I mean, we do stop when we see the mobiles. Actually, this month I closed two. I stopped by a facility that wasn't licensed in Middletown, and he was operating without water. So I asked him to close, and he did. And he had leaking water. I asked him to close, and he did. And then I had one of our mobiles the other day as well that was operating and had no water, because it's very difficult for them to operate during the wintertime.
Right.
So when we see them, we do stop by, and because we want them to know that we're watching them and that we're going to inspect them. Just because it's the wintertime or whatever, that we will inspect them. And we're trying to make it a point to look at them a little bit more often.
And that's all we can ask.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I appreciate it, because it gives us diversity at times.
Yes.
Especially even when we have our events.
Yes.
It gives our citizens different things to try and everything. I just want it to be, as
Safe.
you want, safe. That's
Correct.
that's probably that's the easiest word to say, safe, because we want them to come back, but we also want them to understand that you're watching them, and it's not something to take lightly.
Correct. Yeah, the one mobile that we had, I emailed the report to the health, we do email the reports to the health district, and they follow up as well, but we followed up twice with that mobile. We don't just allow them to operate in our city, not even our mobiles, and think that we're not gonna inspect them, because we are, especially if we see new ones. They're gonna see our face.
Outstanding, thank you.
You might want to get a legal opinion on that marking of tires, because I don't think the police departments are allowed.
Oh, really?
Correct.
Okay.
But just
So-
to the extent there is interest from council, the debate of one is a food truck versus just a competitive restaurant against Wendy's or others. We had a couple years ago proposed some development code regulations that would kind of try to differentiate on that. Happy to revisit that if council's interested.
Yeah, last year we touched on that briefly too. I just have one question when it does come to the mobile. Is it still currently state of Ohio where, let's say I lived in Springboro, operated out of there, had my license out of there, I could still come to Middletown without obtaining a Middletown license because I have a license from where I live?
For the mobile?
Yeah.
Correct. You
Okay.
Yes, and but of course, you have to follow all of our
Right,
zoning
right.
codes. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Lally?
Carl, I'm going to throw you a softball. What does the health department need from city council?
Just support. Support. We need your support.
And then I had, so with the health
And
department.
always money, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's it, money.
That's what
We
I was
need-
inferring.
Yes.
That's the same.
Support and money.
How many zeros?
Money.
Well, that, support, money, yes, yes.
Oh, well, thank you.
And I do want to mention this, we do not make any money. When we establish fees, we can only, we have a cost analysis, and we can only charge what that cost analysis say that we can charge for the maximum. And just because it says that we could charge a restaurant $600, we kind of don't, we have to look at what everyone else is charging too. We want to kind of stay within that range of what's reasonable as well, right? We don't want to overcharge our citizens, but, and also even our administrative costs, we can only charge 30%. We can't charge 100% of our time. So everything is based off our time. So we don't, like I said, we can't make any money off our citizens. So yes, we always need money.
Thank you. The health department and health in general touches every aspect of the city, every single one. And one of the things I've heard from residents is street lighting. And I'm wondering if, I know the health department is also connected with Middletown Connect, and that's a way to also hear back from the residents and what they need in the different census tracts. Is that something that you are, because you talk about transportation as well, which would be like busing and also walkways. Is that something that you've heard of from street lighting and the lack thereof in the health department itself?
I am not, I would have to get back with you on that part of the Middletown Connect and what the voices are with Jackie on that.
Gotcha, just curious. I realize that
But I
Mrs.
think so.
Phillips Carter would
Yeah.
have more information on
Would
that.
be more in, yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Any
Okay.
other questions or comments from council? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have the Finance Department, Samantha Zimmerman.
Good morning. All right, so I have a quick little update for you guys on our general fund and where we ended 2024 and where we think we're going to be for 2025 based on our budgeted revenues and expenditures. So first here, we'll look at the year end for 2024. During our budget presentations to council in October, we anticipated ending the year at 22.1 million, which was a 50.1% reserve, where we actually ended with our revenues exceeding our original budget and our expenditures coming in under budget. We ended at 26.2 million, or a 59.4% reserve. So for 25, we've started the year a little bit higher than we anticipated, which ultimately affects our ending year balance. We're actually expected to end the year for '25 at 24 million, or a 46.7% reserve. As you know, the 2025 general fund budget plans to use a significant balance of our reserves to make key investments in people, projects, and programs. The financial forecast for the general fund sees this level of planned deficit spending ending in 26, so we can maintain that 35% reserve going forward. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to ask.
Any questions or comments from council at this time?
So, I guess, I had this question in the budget, so, back in October. So what I'm trying to kind of think here is, especially when we look at the challenges we have in the fire department and all the other departments, is there, because I see if we begin 2025 with $27.4 million, and I ask this back, I get conservative projections, but are we being too conservative in our projection? And that kind of handcuffs council being able to make quicker decisions on how to staff the fire department. Or how to, thank you, I'm sorry. How to staff the fire department, or how to do equipment in the police department, or what we need to do in the health department and all the other departments.
So for income tax projection, we estimated approximately 2%, which is a little less than where we ended this year. Again, just being conservative in the fact that, anything can happen and we want to be prepared for that. We don't want to overestimate and then fall short.
Right.
So that's kind of the path we've always taken. If we want to change that, we can definitely discuss it, but.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, looking at this, I'm not, we want to be prudent, but the way, and I've gone back to seeing how we were in 21, 22, I realized the situation in 23 was a one-time money thing we got in. 24, we seem to, I don't know, if things continue to go positively, which I think in economic development wise we are, that we're not going to, I'm like kind of positive that we won't dip into the general fund reserves as we think. Because, we projected to be at 22 million, but we're at 27 million.
Right.
So, that's, my point here is I think it's a little bit brighter picture, but, I get it. So, I guess the point of my thing is I wish there was some way maybe council could kind of have a little bit more better picture on the actual numbers to be able to make decisions on helping out the fire department and other departments.
And anybody else want to speak to that?
Well, yeah, so that was kind of the issue I had with like the initial budget, was looking at where do we deficit spend, or hopefully it's not deficit spend. And that was kind of my concern, Paul, was, the number one thing that we hear around the city is public safety. So I think we have the police department in a good spot now to say, hey, let's hold off on administrative hires. Let's focus on public safety. But you're right, I think the fire department is kind of next up. But yeah, I get it. It's hard to project, but I kind of see both sides of the fence. But I personally, if we do deficit spend this year, probably only going to be a little bit, hopefully. But then again, every year something pops up. So,
Right.
Not to jinx us, but every year, every single year. So,
Anything else?
yeah.
Mr. Horn?
Well, speaking of popping up, the building that we're in, we're looking at a pretty good debt after the engineering firm comes in. So I guess it's good we have a bit of reserve, because this building needs apparently air handlers that actually are sized for it. So I just thought I'd mention something being popped up. So be prepared for that in the future.
And I have a question about, because with the deficit spend to get our reserve balance around 30 to 35%, what are we looking at for, so we've done 2025 budget, and you're saying for the 2026 budget, we're going to be deficit spending down to about 35%?
So what our plan is for 26 is to kind of back off, but, because we went into that more so in the 25 budget. So our idea was to back off for 26, but I mean, it all depends on how this year goes. Do we actually end the year better than we anticipated? You know, it kind of depends on where we're at that point when we start that budget.
And the reason I say that is because when we do have a fund reserve of 46.7%, and we could go between 30 and 35, that's millions of dollars that we could be using for the fire department, the health department, all the departments, parks, public works, everything. So that's money that we could spend for our residents and stakeholders. So if that's just something I want to be aware of also when we're talking about this as well. Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Community and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Lisha Moreland.
Okay, this is probably where you guys want to take another break, right? Just kidding. All right, so we have, I know we have a lot to go through, so we'll try to keep it as high level as possible. Happy to take questions and some additional conversations later. I've got some video snippets in here throughout to entertain you. No, to just kind of show you some things that we've got going on from a marketing standpoint with our different initiatives. Okay, we ready? All right, so as you all know, we did the consolidation of economic development and development services back in July and started this new structure. So what we're seeing is a lot more cohesion amongst the different divisions, and that, of course, will result in whether it's residents or it's businesses working with the city, a more cohesive effort. Now we have a little bit more insight on what the right hand and the left hand are doing. So we've got a team that not only is cohesive, but I enjoy watching the dynamics amongst them. We have fun. I know we're not supposed to, but we do. So maybe not on a Monday, but we do. So it's really nice to see that. Right now we're in the process of interviewing for a zoning administrator, so those interviews will start this coming week, and as well as another code specialist. So those interviews have started. We're working towards a second round interview on a couple of those, and then we'll see what that brings us. So the next thing I'm going to show you is something that we've been working on. This was actually requested back when I first started with the city. I heard from several organizations outside of the city, what is it like to work with the city? What is the process? So we are calling it a process flow video, but we are going to use it both for marketing purposes as well as on our website. And this is a very, very rough cut. So we have some corrections we need to make in it, and we have some additions we need to make to it. But I really wanted to bring it here to you all today to see this is how our department flows. This is what it's like to work with the Community and Economic Development Department. So keep your fingers crossed that the audio and video works. Here we go. Let's see. Maybe.
Starting a business can be overwhelming, and finding the right contacts, knowing the steps, it's not always easy, but in Middletown, we're making it easier for you. We believe that starting or expanding a business is more than just a process. It's a journey that can shape our community, create opportunities, and bring dreams to life. With our one-stop portal, bidhub.cityofmiddletown.org, you'll find all the resources you need to navigate opening or modifying your business. Whether you're submitting a zoning application, applying for building permits, or getting connected with the right departments, everything is at your fingertips to expand your business. The first step is submitting a zoning application to ensure your business aligns with city codes. After zoning approval, you can easily apply for your commercial building permit or a certificate of occupancy through the portal. If your business involves food, you can also submit forms to meet health and safety standards directly through the portal, like the Food Service Operation License application. It's all designed to save you time and guide you through each step. We're here to make sure you're connected every step of the way. No guesswork, no hassle, just the support you need when you need it. In Middletown, we believe success happens when we meet in the middle. So start your business journey with us today, and let's make it easier together. Visit bidhub.cityofmiddletown.org to begin your journey today.
Okay, so we're now going to call Luis Hollywood. That's his new nickname. I know we've got media here, so just one thing that I did want to note, BidHub is actually called BizHub, so that's one of the corrections we're going to make. But that gives you kind of a little bit of a taste. So the other thing I want to point out, as we go through this presentation today, the chevrons along the bottom are the different pillars of our comp plan. So as we look through different sections of this portion of the presentation, it will correspond with which parts of our comp plan those efforts are going to fulfill. All right, let's jump right into major projects. So the first one is Town Mall redevelopment. As you all know, we formally acquired that in 2024, 380,000 square feet on about 32 acres. We are actively managing that asset. There's quite a lot going on with managing assets, and this is something that we will start to talk with you all about going forward as we acquire properties. As Councilman Horn pointed out, this one is one of them. The Town Mall is one of them when it stands vacant. And, we have winterization, security, we have, folks trying to break in, what else needs to be fixed and updated just to keep it operating so we don't have pipes freeze and bust. And then, of course, we're working through the transfer of the subleases and the obligations on that. We're getting ready to do a liquidation of the assets. There's quite a bit going on in there. Our program manager is working with some auctioneers. We've gotten 3 bids on that, so we will start moving forward with that here about maybe 6 weeks. So be looking for the excitement on that. As well, we did a survey. We had 632 survey submissions. I know this is very small to see, but the takeaway from this is that we got a mixture of responses. We had great responses. Everybody wants to see everything from entertainment to restaurants to residential to things that make it more pedestrian-friendly, public art. So what we've gathered from this, I'll go through it. I'm not going to read each one of these to you. But what we have gathered from this is that it's a mixed-use property. That looks to be the best, highest, and best use of that property, and with the intention that it will be complementary to what's happening catty-cornered on the other side of the highway at Renaissance Point. So it will, the intention is that it will be complementary and not cannibalistic in nature. So we can certainly provide more details for your viewing pleasure if you'd like. Major business attraction, as you heard, and thank you to Clayton for getting that out on social media. We had a groundbreaking yesterday with EI Ceramics. So thanks to all of those that came out for that. I know it was cold, but at least it was sunny. And we got to sort of tick off multiple boxes with this project. We're bringing a company to town that fits within our industrial fabric. They are consolidating 2 locations into one and bringing it to Middletown. So we will have approximately 70 jobs coming here with about $4 million in payroll to the city. We were able to remediate a brownfield through a grant that they received to remediate that. And then as well, we get to repurpose a historic building. So bunches of wins there, and it's quite exciting. And it is a global company. So the rest of that property, we will look at repurposing that. The next one is Renaissance Point. Great picture there on you all with the groundbreaking. Broke ground in June, and as well, that's going to be a commercial mixed use. That is a collaborative effort with Warren County Port Authority. The first phase of the infrastructure is underway. Planning Commission will soon be seeing the development portion for that of the private development. All right, elephant in the room, Manchester. This isn't just about Manchester, but it is going to be a downtown refresh, and we have an ask of you all today, and if that's something you want to talk about and get back with us, that's fine too. Obviously, we had a downtown revitalization strategy that we were doing when I first joined the city. It had been awarded to Wayland Ventures out of Kentucky in September, I believe, September. They gave us notice that they wanted to disengage from the project. They had a financial reprioritization that they needed to do. And they were not making traction on the project, as we know. So with that, we started to reshop this project, the project of the downtown refresh. And we prefer to call it a refresh rather than going back to revitalization strategy. Part of that shopping is what else do we need to do with it? You know, there's been lots of conversations. Do you go about it by building or do you go about it by area? And the challenge with this, and this is part of the challenge that Wayland Ventures also said that they had, is there is no placemaking. So to just repurpose one building, it doesn't bring people there. The experience isn't there. So it needs to be a phased strategy to bring people there for multiple reasons. Here's what we're asking of you today. Do you want us to do this as an area refresh, a package, or standalone by buildings? If that's your preference, that's what we will do. Do you have a willingness, as we start to look at other options for the area of downtown refresh, is there a willingness to consider that certain structures may need to be demolished if the structural integrity is compromised? Oops, let me go back, sorry. So I will leave that with you, and then when we get to the end of this section, I'll let you think about that a little bit, okay? All right, let's talk about RFIs. That's requests for information. I'm gonna say some acronyms, but I will try to follow that up with what it stands for. So if I forget, stop me. RFIs, we received 95 of those from our REDOs, Regional Economic Development Organizations. We are a member of two, Ready Cincinnati and DDC, Dayton Development Coalition. We received 95, we qualified to respond to 15 of those. We were disqualified to respond to 70 of those. 66 of those were due to inadequate acreage and building space, and 4 due to outstanding locational or special circumstances. The thing that we just got back from Ready Cincinnati yesterday, I received their 2024 recap of the year. Ready Cincinnati has a footprint in Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. So they receive a lot of inquiries. They only were able to close on 5 for the whole year, for the 3 areas that they represent. So for us, that if you take the 5 that they were able to qualify for, that puts us, as well as any other municipality in our area, it's a challenge. It's a challenge to be able to meet the criteria of some of these requests. So, but we are responding to as many as we can. I will touch on here in a second, when I get to the marketing section, how we're expanding on, maybe we can't necessarily reply or respond to some of those RFIs, but what we're doing in addition to that to get attention to some of our sites and buildings. So stay tuned here in a second. Business retention and expansion, BR&E visits, those are critically important to do with our employers. We're going to continue to do those. What we are able to gather on those visits, we do them in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce as well as our REDOs. And it literally is asking them what are their challenges. And so we're bringing that back. For instance, I met with one of our employers, and they were concerned about one of our paving projects stopped just short of right in front of their facility. They have heavy trucks. I bring that back to Public Works. They have that on their 2025 plan to attack that area. Another one, I went out on a couple of others. They're going to do expansions. So one of our program managers that handles the funding and incentives options, we're going to sit down with those employers and talk about what incentives can we help with to support their expansions. Those are the kinds of things that keep our businesses here. So that is going to be an ongoing effort with our BR&E visits. Speaking of funding incentives, we did revive our ESID, Energy Special Improvement District. This allows for us to administer PACE financing. So we've got a company that we are looking at PACE financing, and just this week we had another one ask us about PACE financing, so we will be continuing those conversations. We had ARPA Infusion Grant Awards. We did have 4 that we awarded ARPA grants to. Only 2 completed their projects. So, but that is over $30,000 in funding for those 2 completed projects. And as well, we've renewed our school compensation agreement. Part of that is terminating 6 unused TIFs that are in Butler County. They were created a while back, and they just kind of went unused. So it makes sense to terminate those and then take a look at a TIF strategy at other locations within the city. All right, 2025 considerations. So we are considering another 2025 small business grant. One of them really focused on catalytic growth. So that really is going to be tied to payroll, job creation, and then another one is the facade improvement grant. This, I'm really, really hoping that a lot of our strip center owners take advantage of that, because it would be really nice to see a facelift on some of those. As well, I just mentioned new incentives in different areas, so CRAs and new TIFs. We will be bringing those to you for consideration, and as a team, we're going to sit down and look and start to identify some of those areas. As well, we have 3 port authorities that we can utilize and will utilize and do utilize: the Middletown Port Authority, the Warren County Port Authority, and then the Butler County Finance Authority. And then we have just some other incentives, some soft support. Maybe it's fee waivers and the like. So we will continue to consider all of those as we have projects on the radar. Site readiness. This is huge for us. This is one of the things that allows us to respond to RFIs, that qualifies us or disqualifies us from responding to those RFIs. So as we start to look at some of our infill lots on a commercial side, paperboard being one of those, we are in the process of completing that remediation, and that should be, hopefully, we will get the last of the reporting like February, March timeframe. And then we can get a, the sort of proverbial blessing from the EPA to continue with that. As well, the remaining land there at the CERTA building, so what are we gonna do to get that sort of site ready? We have 4 industrial parks. Those need to be marketed. Some are private owned, some are not, but the fact that we have 4 industrial parks that has some availability, we need to add that to our marketing mix for site selection. We do as some of the RFIs come in and they qualify for it, but I think that we need to be a little bit more assertive on our marketing with those. And then, of course, the $1 million sewer main extension along Union. This was the one thing that did allow us to qualify for some more RFIs. In the past, we may not have been able to submit those sites to the RFIs because that wasn't there, and that was part of the site selection criteria. So that gives you an example of the types of things we need to look at and invest in to make these sites shovel ready. Jobs Ohio has a site certification program, and we are now able to start applying to some of our sites for that certification. That's kind of a, it's a good to know, it's a good note when we're replying to RFIs that it is Jobs Ohio site certified. And then we've got approximately 200 acres at the Mad River area, approximately 90 acres at Union Run Farms, and approximately 20 acres at North Point. All right, major projects. Other than the ones that I just shared with you, some other ones that you have heard in the past, it does take time. It's a collaborative effort with other municipalities or just a region-wide effort. The eVTOL. This, you're gonna hear this more and more. The state has a huge initiative around advanced air mobility, charging infrastructure, grants that were out. We're kind of waiting to see what's gonna happen with the new administration and grants to come down the pike for charging infrastructure, but whether you're driving it on the road or you're flying it in the air, the charging infrastructure is the same. Community Grocer Healthcare Clinic. This came from the canvassing of neighborhoods that Middletown connected in conjunction with our health department. And the 3 things that they asked for was access to healthy foods, access to healthcare, and safety and security. As we started to socialize that project and that concept with healthcare and grocer potential tenants, both of them were interested in a community room. And so we have several organizations that can utilize that community room probably on a daily basis, whether it be for healthcare, for healthy eating, what it's like to be a first-time homeowner versus a renter, down payment assistance, what's it like to be a small entrepreneur. So we've got several organizations that have said, yeah, we can absolutely use that community room. We, and Luis will talk about this in a second with grants, we will be doing a feasibility study for that area to see, does it make sense, can it be sustainable, and can it be supported? Infill housing, we will also talk about this in a second, but we have, as you know, several infill lots. And staff has been working on a plan to revitalize, repurpose those infill lots. Again, Luis will touch on that. I don't want to steal his thunder, but we've got 2 programs to utilize our infill lots and add to our housing portfolio and have a more diversified stock in our housing. All right, before I jump into marketing and development, any thoughts on the projects at this point or the ask of the downtown refresh?
Yeah, I've got a few comments on downtown. I mean, this has been a hot ticket for all 20 years that I've lived here. So what we saw pre-COVID, 2018, 2019, Middletown was deceptively thriving. When I say deceptively, it was hanging on one thing, is that the economy was good, people were coming in, right? Whether restaurants, whatever. The number one thing that, when we look at Middletown and people are like, do we do a refresh? Do we do this? Do we do that? I think the city has to make their mind up. Are they going to take it seriously? First step is invite all property owners, especially if you own vacant properties down there. We do a town hall with them, business owners downtown, bring in DMI, city staff, council, everybody, and take a look at it and say, here's what we're going to do. The other issue is you're going to have to put some sort of tax incentive down there. Case in point, really good case study, Cincinnati State Building. Cincinnati State Building, they could have sold it to investors for $1 and it makes 0 cents. So if you look at that particular piece of property, it's probably one of the nicest buildings downtown when you look at the square footage, the potential for it. So we went through it multiple times. We brought in a handful of investors, local investors. And, the idea was 30 to 32 apartment units, second floor with the terrace, put in a restaurant, and then the first floor, both on the corner of Central and Main, you could put in 4 to 5 storefronts. About an $8 to $9 million project. Even if they picked up that building for $1, it made 0 cents when you ran the pro forma. The second that building would be reassessed to what it originally was worth back when Cincinnati State kind of first went in there at the $7-8 million, you're paying $150,000 to $170,000 at least a year in taxes. That makes 0 cents to put $1 in that building without a tax incentive. That building, in my opinion, is what hinges downtown. If you want to look at what's going to kind of turn it. I know everybody lives in the past and they look to Manchester, but I'm telling you right now, there are a number of organizations that have looked at Manchester. It's not feasible even with historic tax credits. It's not. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say even if Wayland came back and said, hey, with these tax incentives and all this stuff, they were still going to ask the city for a massive check. But getting back to specifically to downtown, I am 100% against ever lifting the medical moratorium down there because we know what will happen. It's not going to happen. I will fight it because everybody that owns a building downtown, a business downtown, we know what will happen. We just can't let that happen because that's when you write off all of downtown. But I think this is where people need to have a 5-year vision and a 10-year vision, a realistic vision. Do we put some sort of tax incentive downtown? The other thing is when we look at the Vail site. So the Vail site, it should be a gem for the city to develop, right? We should be able to go in there and say, hey, if we want a developer to come in, put in, patio homes, whatever the case may be, right? Diversify our housing stock. I mean, what does that look like on paper? Currently, I mean, if you look at it and you say, I know there's talks of putting a community driven market down there. Those models are kind of failing, you know, when we look at it. I mean, I know there's more than one model than the Gem City market, but they're not doing really well. A health clinic, I mean, this is where I think we need a dose of reality. What are we going to do downtown regionally? And like you said, it's not just one particular building, it's not one particular intersection or one block. It's everybody cohesively. You don't have to go far, and everybody wants feasibility studies. They want to hire this consulting firm to do this, do that. You look at the OTR model, you look at the Hamilton model. In that meeting, you invite Joshua Smith with Butler County Finance Authority. There's a lot of things that he's doing at the county level where there can be loans given out at almost APR free. It might as well be in this economy if you're talking 2 or 3%. But it has to be, in any community organization that's out there, I totally get it, right? You can door knock and you can say, hey, what do you guys want? Everybody wants every amenity at their doorstep, but at what cost? You know, are we going to sacrifice downtown to say, hey, well, hold on a second, we need to put all of these amenities in this block? Middletown's one city, not 7 cities. And I've been saying that for over a year now. And until we kind of get that, I mean, would I like a Chick-fil-A out my back doorstep? Sure. Do I really want it? No. But when we look at food deserts or health clinics, they are accessible here in town. They truly are. But if you're, you know, we look at all these organizations up and down Central and business owners, and they say, we need to do something about downtown. We need to do something about downtown, but they're worried about pissing somebody off, whether it be their friends own vacant properties or, you know, this person or that person. And it's like, guys, you're going to make some people upset. But until we take a look at it seriously, I don't want to touch anything when it comes to the Vail site, the Manchester. It has to be one cohesive plan. I talked to several of the folks that are involved, you know, Cincinnati State Building's owned by an outfit out of Arizona. That building right there, I get it, they want it off their portfolio just because they only hold things that are majority leased out 80, 90, 100%. Totally understand that, but that building's eligible for, if they could register it as a historic building. It's old enough. That's the first step. That's a very small piece of it. But so I think it's a mix of issues. We've got some landowners down there that they're just not used to redeveloping. It's very complex to do what Hamilton did, but it can be done. It's a two-way street with the city, though. The city has to be heavily involved. But then there's other folks that might buy it just because it's a cheaper price, and then say, hey, you know, I have tens of millions in my commercial real estate portfolio. I can depreciate this for taxes. I don't think that's what people realize. Like when we have these people coming in and they're buying multiple buildings, I know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they'll tell people around town, oh, we're going to open a boutique. No, you're not. No, you're not. So, you know, and
Keep
even
talking,
if
I'm going to get a pen. Keep talking though.
So I think as a council, we have to understand what the reality is, and we can't look at this particular lot or this particular site. If downtown is going to turn itself around, it has to be beneficial for most and to the detriment of some, because it's not going to be, you're not going to get 100% of people on there. But I think the big thing is, like, we have got to take a look at this and stop focusing on this one little lot or this one little area, and it has to be a whole plan. That's what Hamilton did. That's what they did down in OTR back in the early 2000s. The models are there.
Any other comments?
Yeah, what I'm going to add to that is I'll be a little bit more simplistic, but I think Councilman West is exactly on it. I would say it's got to be a package. I think you answered that question yourself in your presentation, what Waylon said, you know, and we heard that from some citizens the other day who wanted to present a plan basically on the Vail product or property. And they basically brought that same point up about really the only way you can do this is it being a whole package. But as part of that, I'm going to say we have got to make a decision within that if we are going to demolish the Manchester and Sunshine Building and whatever else. And that has to be all part of a discussion, and I think we need to get going on that discussion soon here in 2025, whether it be through a specific special work session that the public is invited on to get feedback. I know sometimes people think we ask for too much feedback, but those are going to be sore subjects, tearing down the Manchester Inn. But it's a decision that's going to have to be made. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about money. That's it. And some of the things I've heard on what it would take to rehab the Manchester building, we've got the one, Nathan, remember, we sat down with the one group, they came back and it was nearly $18 million. And so that's what we're going to have to seriously look at as part of a whole plan. And my suggestion was we have a public hearing on it, or we have a council meeting. I hate just to have meetings, but and I think that's where we have to have some type of a professional facilitator who is experienced in that type of meeting facilitating to guide us and keep us on task. So my vote there would be it's a package deal, and I'm willing to consider demolishing whatever structures we have to, unless we can save them. But, it's going to be a discussion that we have to have, and we need to have soon.
Anyone else? Mr. Horn, did you want to say
Can we
anything?
move this, the sun?
The sun's going to move.
The sun's trying to blind Mr. Lawley.
The sun will
Say
move.
there's no blind up there.
That's killing me.
Yeah, there's no blind up there, so you
Is it
guys actually
getting
might
you?
have to.
I'm okay though, but I mean, we can. We want to move the table? I mean, the sun's going to keep moving though.
Tom, can you get the ladder truck up there?
Mr. Horn, did you want to say anything?
I agree. I fully agree with Mr. West on what we need to do. At times, you have to do things that are not popular. When I look at, I had to actually pull a permit in Hamilton, and the parking lot behind there, I noticed that they had exactly what everyone else wants. And I seen the same structures in Hyde Park and Oakley. To have to restructure the downtown area to make it where people want to live there, we're doing the right, we're setting the right baseline. We're making the city more safe with more law enforcement, and showing that we're going to have beats that are going to make sense, where the response time is 2 to 5 minutes. We're doing the same thing with our first responders, being with the paramedics and the fire department. So we're starting the baseline in the right place. But we're going to have to come to the realization of no one can take away your memories. Always remember that. They cannot take away your great memories you had at the City Center Mart, or at the Colonial Theater, or at the Paramount Theater, or at the Strand, or the Studio, matters how old you are. Or when you went downtown to get your shoes for school, or your suit for whatever. Or when you went to the Manchester for your prom, your wedding, or your first date. But that was last century. The realization of watching other cities do the right thing, and then we just keep saying, oh, well, okay, we'll do this and we'll do that. Piecemealing it is not going to work. And everyone who asks me about the Manchester, I just blow them away with numbers. I just tell them, look, at minimum, you're going to have to get a $30 million historical grant. And then any investor that you're going to bring in, tell them they're going to have to match it. Because that building is 100 years old with a 100-year-old building code. I'm doing that to hopefully scare them away, because we can actually demolish it and take the Sunny building out and develop just living there and retail for about $40 million with brand new. But here's my contention, and this is the most unsexiest thing, but no one wants to really understand it. You have 3 5-story buildings downtown. You have the Manchester, you have downtown. 100 years ago, everyone was downtown. And they had it sized properly. If we do all this development and you have 500 people more that are living there, let alone doing commerce, where are they going to park? And then that's like, Paul, really, parking? Yeah, because not we, but previous people decided that we didn't need a 5-tier parking garage that was fine as frog hair, and they tore the damn thing down because it's going to cost $1 million a year. Well, now when you do all this development, be it like, which I think is really cool, across from the music hall, the Washington Park, that's a 3 or 4-tier underground parking garage. Ask them how much that's going to be. Or when we do all this, which I'm all for, ask them how much it's going to be to do halfway down and halfway up. But if you drive downtown right now, and I want businesses to flourish. We have some unique businesses, but honestly, I don't need hair extensions, and I don't want to get a tattoo right now. So, and we have plenty of those businesses downtown, but we need diversity even more. And that's why I say, look at what Hamilton has done. And it's not going to come overnight. This is a 5-10-year plan. Just to even get some of those historical grants, it's going to take time. But we need to have the realization, just like when they decided to do the City Center Mall. It was really cool, and then it failed. We're going to have to do the same thing. We have great buildings with great structure and great history, but some of them might just have to go to make it where people want to live downtown. We have started the baseline properly by showing the citizens we're going to make this place safe. We're going to make it where you have a great health department, where you have a city that cares about you, and you also will have first responders. We have great buildings, we have great houses throughout the city, so it's not about that. It's more of what can we do to make as I've always said, the 10-year-old, the 20-year-old, the 30-year-old want to live downtown and have things there. A lot of people will get upset at saying, okay, well, I don't want to turn this into Franchise Central. Well, Oxford did it, and now they have a college attached to them, but when I was there younger, which was never posted on Facebook because I'm not an idiot, I had a blast. But they had all these mom and pop restaurants and such. You drive downtown Oxford now, Bruno's is still there. That's about it. All the bars changed names after a year. But everything else, you're going to have your Starbucks, you're going to have your Chipotle, you're going to have your, what's that one thing, Smoothie King. You're going to have to let that happen. But the franchises will not move down here if they don't feel safe. Right. That will not happen. But we're going to have to embrace that because everyone around us, be a city or a township, they have embraced it and they have just said, we are going to do this. Downtown has a lot of good things to offer. And we have our headquarters, we have our city building, we have our transportation. Our busing system is downtown. So you can get from wherever you're at to downtown. But we're going to have to open our eyes up to, yeah, we have businesses that have employees, but we need to have more businesses that are going to attract more people. What I do appreciate is a lot of the businesses that have maintained, specifically the Slice, the Steel Pizza, the Roadhouse, the distillery down there. I can't name all of them. But those restaurants are at least trying to make a foundation to draw people there. We got to have more of that. Nothing against those other businesses, but it's going to have to be a reality of we're attracting this younger generation, and it's going to be through the micro apartments with the retail at the bottom, just like Hamilton has, just like Oakley has, and it's going to be that's where that was. Okay, now here's what is here now. And with the help of Butler County and the state, there is tons of monies and grants that they will help rebuild and give the next generation what they truly need.
And so looking at, and Ms. Combs, were you able to find out what Mrs. Carter's thoughts were on any of these things?
I was planning to meet with her afterwards.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So we will still have more information coming towards you.
Okay.
But looking at the question as far as area or individual, I think it makes sense to look at this as an area as well, kind of like a cohesive thing. Look at downtown in general, especially since that was one of the things that people wanted to hear about today. It's like, what will we be doing with downtown? The idea of a town hall from Mr. West sounds like a good idea. Inviting all interested parties, really advertising it, getting Historic Commission there to talk about these things, getting the real numbers of what we would be looking at. But also like the Chamber of Commerce, Middletown Connect, business owners like he was saying, anybody and everybody who's interested to start the conversation. That's probably going to be the first of several perhaps in different ways. There could be again that survey that goes out and say, hey, given, like maybe after the town hall, given that this is what's being talked about, looking at this cohesively, what are some things you're thinking about? Because when we are talking about youth in particular, or even just the community itself, we have seen that it pays to actually ask the people. We have our thoughts and we think we know what they want, but it really does help to find out what they actually want. I've noticed that myself. So yeah, I'm for that town hall as well and looking at this as an area.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes, second, not about the downtown, I want to shift gears. And if you're bringing this up later, tell me, and we'll wait till later. But
Okay.
I want to go back to the town mall survey and the open house. I
Okay.
thought we were going to discuss, and if you need me to wait until later, I can.
No, we can do
I just
it
thought we
now.
were going to discuss what that RFP was going to look like.
Yes, so let me get,
And we didn't have those slides in our book, so
we got these added like last minute last
we
night, so I
could get
apologize.
copies,
Yeah, we can
we could
definitely
get
send that to you. So based on what we were getting here, staff was going to get together after we kind of hear from you all today and start drafting an RFP and what we would like to have in there. I want to make sure that you guys are all good with what is in the RFP. We could probably come up with maybe a couple of options and see what you like best. I think for the most part, it's going to be, the options will be, the basis of it will pretty much be the same based on what we're seeing. The commercial mixed use, complementary to Renaissance Point project. The one thing that I see, and this is neither good nor bad, it's just an observation. When we do public surveys, not specific to this, but any survey, and we're asking what do folks want to see, I oftentimes hear, we want restaurants and we want entertainment and we want, the bougie coffee shop and whatever that is. And that's great. But when it comes down to it, how many times will that person go to that bougie coffee shop, right? Or the trampoline park or what have you? And so from an economic standpoint, is it feasible? Does it make sense? Is it highest and best use of that particular location? So I think we need to make sure that we've got that consideration in there when we're looking at results like this. To your point, Councilman West, yeah, I'd love Chick-fil-A too. My back patio is probably a good thing I don't have it. But it doesn't make sense. It wouldn't do well there. And to be honest with you, I probably eat Chick-fil-A maybe once or twice a year. Would love to see it just down the road from me, but it wouldn't make sense for them if they were depending on my dollar to spend. So I think when we ask for public survey, they want what they want, but at the end of the day, do they have the disposable income to spend at that particular facility to help keep it in business? And these facilities, especially if they're franchises, they will look at that criteria. They'll look at the feasibility and say, does it make sense to sell franchises in that area? So going back to what will we have in the RFP, we're gonna definitely talk about the specifics of it has to be complementary. We need to consider that it's on the I-75 corridor, that it will have a pull from two markets between us.
So are you saying you're going to present that to us in a future meeting?
Yeah, we can do that. Sorry, I didn't know that's the answer you were looking for. We're gonna draft something and bring it to you.
Okay, good. Or in notes, I get it. Okay. Cool.
Okay, good. All righty, let's jump to marketing. So we will continue to market our sites and properties. but we are going to be more aggressive at that, and we'll touch on it here in a second when we get to not only Clayton's portion, but as well when we start to identify the publications, both for ads and advertorials, as well as relationship building. So we're going to continue to work with not just the local realtors, but developers as well. Jobs Ohio has a software program called Zoom Prospector, and that is what Ready Cincinnati uses when we respond to RFIs. Our program manager has a listing of inventories on our site that is available. We do have some owners of sites and buildings that do not want it publicly known that their stuff is available. They want to sort of keep that on the down low. So when we have inquiries, we know that if there is a particular building or site owner that has something that would match that inquiry, we make sure we connect them with that. Otherwise, it is listed on our website. And we have approximately 60 private and public property listings, and in '24 we had 75 of those. So there's been some market churn. The development on the east side, of course, is part of the reason for the decrease in number, because we're utilizing those sites and we're developing them. But right now we have approximately 60 listings of sites and buildings that are available. All right. When we jump into the marketing communications piece of it, staff sat down with our communications manager and we put together a publication strategy that is specific to the city and our 2 city assets of the airport and the event center of Middletown. So as of right now, with budget, we are able to do approximately 12 ads in Cincinnati Magazine to promote all 3 of those that I just named. We also have budget to do Cincinnati Business Courier to do the famous Book of Lists, which, if you're familiar with that, people hold on to those for quite a while. And we are also, we have been asked to be on their forum for the future of Cincinnati, so we will be on the speaking forum for that. Movers and Makers is something new, but will definitely benefit our airport as well as the event center of Middletown. So we have approximately, I think it's 6 throughout 2025. And then, of course, Site Selection Magazine again, that's a huge one. We will be doing a full page ad in July to promote our airport and what it plays into advanced air mobility. I'm not going to steal Nick's thunder because he's going to share that with you. One of the other projects is a signage project that we have underway. So whether it comes to wayfinding or district identification, one thing that Public Works had done was a study a while back, and they identified that we have way too many signs. And once you have so many, they start to get diluted, and you don't really notice them. So part of brand marketing and brand identification is to making sure there's cohesion in our look and feel in any channel of communication that we're doing. Signage is one of them, and that's huge. So staff is looking at, it's sort of a multi-level project in conjunction with Public Works. We're starting with wayfinding. We're looking at, we've got parks identified, we've got the main arteries to the city identified, we've got the different districts identified, all the way down to parking lots. Thank you, Councilman Horn. We will be identifying what are our city-owned parking lots and how do we put branding around those different areas that I just named. Another thing that we're doing to push forward our marketing efforts is the windshield tour. So Councilman West and Mayor, you got to be a part of that with us in 2024 with Ready Cincinnati. Thank you for that. And we got to ride on the new Cincy Link bus. But we took Ready Cincinnati around the city to show them sites and buildings, not just ones that we can submit for RFIs, but also the ones that are just so close to being able to submit for an RFI. It's important that those sites and buildings are on their radar. They need to know that if they're having conversations with site selectors, we have additional sites and buildings that they need to be aware of and consider for those conversations. As well, we did the same thing as an airport tour with Dayton Development Coalition to discuss what types of either R&D, flight testing, advanced air mobility, aviation production. I was trying to think of what the other word was. What can we bring to our airport grounds? FAA requires that it has to be aviation in nature. So, bringing a Chick-fil-A to the airport grounds doesn't work. All righty. The last piece to our marketing and communications is networking and memberships. Anybody who's ever been in a professional position knows networking is huge. It's who you know. I'm not going to read all of these to you. You've got them in front of you. But the staff with the Community and Economic Development Department is a member of several organizations. We not only will go to them for continuing education units, but as well we do a divide and conquer on the periodic meetings, whether they're monthly, quarterly, what have you. And on some of those, we hold executive board positions. That is key for growing awareness of Middletown and how we can collaborate with our sister municipalities in the region. All right. Before I let Nick hop on up here to talk about airport, any other questions on what I've shared so far?
Just out of curiosity, how many jobs are there in Middletown? How many employees? Do we know?
No, but I can get you that information.
Okay. Just curious. Because, you know, that's what drives income tax, the
Yep.
more workers we get. So I guess specifically on that is what I think we've talked about before. Let's say we have X number of jobs in Middletown. Do we have goals that by the end of 2025 we'll add 500 jobs, 600 jobs, 1,000 jobs? Because I think, Nathan, I think you did the one thing where, what was it, for like every 1,000 jobs where people make 50,000 at least brings us in $800,000 or something like that. So that's kind of, you know, because that's what drives us being able to hire more police officers. That's what drives us being able to hire more firefighters. That's what makes us add more to our parks and create a recreation department and add to the health department. So I'm just wondering if you guys are doing any work in that area to have goals that, hey, at the end of the day, I get all this, but at the end of the day, we're only going to do it if we create more jobs.
Right, right. And I know we started having that discussion in 2024, so staff has started to keep account of, throughout 2024, how many jobs are either coming or have just come. And so we'll continue to track that, and I'll get with Sam and see kind of where we are income revenue wise.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? I will hand it off to Nick. Fly on in here, Nick. You want me to leave this for you?
Hey guys, I'm Nick Brumbach. I'm the airport manager here in Middletown. Real quick, I just started here beginning or late August. I just want to thank the city staff, city management, city council, our airport board, all the tenants that we have at the airports for the onboarding experience. It's been a good transition for me, so thank you. With that, I'm going to talk about the airport. So at the airport, you know, primarily for me, I have three objectives, almost any job that I start at, but definitely here in airports. So the first objective is airport safety and compliance. To run a successful airport or any business, we need to be safe and compliant with anything that we do. We have a lot of governing bodies that would oversee the airport: EPA, OSHA, and of course the FAA. We want to make sure that we are the safest airport that we can be. Next is going to be to invest and maintain our current airport assets. So our airport assets would be office space, hangar space. Those are revenue generating, but you have to think about the other assets that we have. So runways, we have a grass runway, taxiways, fuel farms, and then focus on development and growth. So we need to be very strategic and think about the land that we have and really what is our niche going to be in Middletown for the future of the airport, whether that be the AAM. It's a big push right now in Ohio. That's advanced air mobility for those who are not aware. Basically eVTOLs, and I'll get into that a little bit later, and see what our niche is on that. Training, maintenance, how can we attract more flyers into Middletown, whether it be jets, piston aircraft. So one of the things I want to kind of go over, who is the primary customer of a GA or regional airport? A lot of people think passengers, but it's actually the pilots. I like to say what we need to focus on is we need to be pilot-centric. So a lot of the decisions we need to make are from their point of view. So if I'm a pilot, which I am not, but I need to put that in perspective, because that is who's going to fly into Middletown. That's who makes the decision on where they fly. A lot of times it's not the passenger that picks where they fly in and out of. It's the schedulers and the pilots. So I just want to give a quick airport overview. So for those of you who don't know, MWO is our airport identifier, similar like CVG or DAY. MWO is how we identify our airport. MWO has 90 tenants, and some of the tenants include business aircraft, a flight school, recreational flyers. MX stands for maintenance shop, so maintenance or a salvage shop, and a skydiving operation. MW has a 100% occupancy rate for hangar space, and as of January 2025, we have 25 aircraft on a wait list, and I think I just put 2 more, so I think we're up to 27. This is a big one. So historically, the airport has not been a self-sufficient operation. However, in 2025, projection is for the airport to be self-sustaining and not funded by the city's general fund. Real quick, I put this slide in here just as an overview of the airport of what we have. So if we need to reference this at any time, we can go back to this. So to increase flyers coming in, we need to market the airport appropriately. So right now we're working with a selected vendor on an effective marketing campaign to highlight MWO. And that started with the rebranding of the MWO logo. So that is our new logo for the airport. We want something very professional that, hey, we're a professional service that we have here. Come visit us. New airport signage. And that is the proposed new airport sign. One change that will be made that has the old logo on it, that would be replaced with the new logo. One thing I do like about that sign is it highlights, our local businesses that are at the airport. One that is not on there that will be added is our FBO. FBO stands for Fixed Based Operator. I'll get into that here in a few too. But it's Middletown Aviation. They will be on that sign as well. We're going to feature the airport in the Site Selection magazine. We have approximately 140 acres at the airport that's developable. So we want businesses that want to come into Middletown. So it would be really good to be in that magazine to show what we have here. And we want to promote across pilots and scheduler-specific websites. So when people are looking for an airport to fly in Southwest Ohio, we want to make sure that Middletown is right there, right? That they have that option when they want to come in. And another campaign that we're going to work on is an advertisement to athletic directors to support their local sports teams. So a lot of colleges, they will fly their sports teams, whether it be soccer, football, baseball, basketball. They'll fly into airports. We want to be their option. We are capable of doing that. And sometimes might be a little closer to the colleges that they are going to. One thing that I like is social media because it is free. So utilizing the airport's social media page effectively. We're going to promote the airport assets on the social media pages. And these are some of the assets that we have. So developable land at the airport, which is approximately 140 acres. Ease of access between Cincinnati and Dayton. We have a 6,100-foot runway, and I referred to transient jets. Transient jet is somebody that is not based at the airport. So they are from another airport. They're coming in, they'll fly in, and then they'll eventually fly out. And when I say recreational flyers, I'm talking for those weekend warriors that are flying around. That's their hobby. They like to go in and out. But a 6,100-foot runway, that is the longest GA runway in Ohio. That's a great runway length. That's a key asset here. De-icing capabilities that can be utilized by transient jets that can keep our jet traffic coming in year-round. A 24/7 self-serve, 100 low-lev fueling. For those of you who don't know, airports have 2 types of fuel, jet fuel and 100 low-lev. So that 24/7, that can be used for recreational flyers, those hobbyists that want to fly in and out. We have a grass runway out there, so Before I started up here, I was telling people, hey, I'm going to Middletown. They're like, hey, they got the grass runway. Hey, they got the grass runway. That's not a lot of people have grass runways. So that attracts flyers to come in, utilize that runway, and then buy fuel from us. And then as needed, hangar space. If we ever came to the point where we have an open hangar, we can always promote that and attract tenants as needed. Right now we have a wait list. 2026 air show possibility, we're talking about that. We need to start conversations on that relatively soon to see, we want to make sure that we're doing right? Market the airport effectively and make sure that that's going to be something that's good for the community. And then market our full service FBO. So FBO stands for fixed based operator. If you have your own plane or you're flying in on a jet, what normally happens when you fly into an airport, you fly in and you visit the FBO. At the FBO, they'll take care of all your fueling, baggage handling, set up rental cars. They could set up hotel rooms, de-icing. They do a wide range of everything. And when they come in, I came from the FBO at Lunkin, and one thing that you want is you want to make sure that it's professional. It's these people that are flying in, they have money, and they expect a certain level of customer service. So we want to be able to provide that. The way I look at it is you have one shot. If you mess that up, they will not fly back in. We do have a good FBO staff out there. I'm very impressed with them, and they do take care of everybody. So. Revenue sources. So this year we've taken steps to get our current real estate to market value. All eligible lessees received an updated lease with a new rate for 2025. And we need to continue to monitor the market and make sure that we are comparable to other similar airports in the region. And then we also make money from the FBO. So last year the FBO pumped just less than 133,000 gallons. The gross margin for fuel is up 7% year over year, and the total line service increased by 11% year over year. So line service is going to be any fees that they may have and any ancillary services that have fees to them. So some major projects that we're managing right now. Butler Tech, they broke ground last year. Their Butler Tech Aviation Facility expected completion date of January 2026. That also included the ODOT LA break for the entrance, a right in, right out. So they'll have their own entrance and won't affect any of the other customers out there. That's the sketch of the building down there. We have some expiring AIG funds. So that is from the FAA. So we're looking at what we can use those funds for. Right now, the Jets hangar was one of our main assets out there. It's in desperate need for a roof. We have that hangar is full. You have tenants inside the hangar, plus we rent out the office spaces, and we have leaks all over. So we're expecting to use those funds to replace that roof. That is eligible. And then the remaining funds for the design of a ramp extension. Let's see if I can do this right here. So the hangar would you get in the new roof is right here. And then the ramp extension is actually up in this area right here. So there is a need for this ramp extension. This would be for the design, and we would look at constructing later on in later years. What happens right now is we have 5 operations that are happening in this area right here. So the FBO operates from right here. We have the maintenance salvage shop right here. We have the 24/7 self-serve pumps. We have overnight parking right here and a skydiving operation. If you look at this area, when everything's going on, that is not enough area for those 5 different operations. So that is why there is a need for a ramp extension in that certain area. Taxiway B alignment, that was constructed last year. We still have a couple things to finalize. This was done to meet FAA requirements. It's part of our master plan. Right now, we still have to finish on some striping in the spring, and we have a lighted sign before we can close that project out. And then various deferred maintenance from prior years will look to be addressed while maintaining our budget. So upcoming projects. So I believe in being a good shepherd. We need to continue the major project listed on the previous slide, make sure we fully see those out. And then we need to find out where MWO will be a player in the advanced air mobility space. For those that don't know, advanced air mobility will be these EV tolls. There's a big push for those right now, and Ohio is trying to be the center of that for the whole country. So we want to make sure that we don't want to fall behind. We don't want to be the last ones to the game. So we want to make sure we're strategic on when we come in to be the player. We don't want to come in too late, and we don't want to come in too early. And then continue the marketing campaign to attract new flyers to Middletown. That's going to increase revenue for fuel sales, plus showcasing our city. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I just had one comment. Thank you for this presentation. It's good to see there's a lot happening out at the airport, especially de-icing. I mean, that was kind of the big capability gained in the last several months. When we look at the potential for an air show in '26, one recommendation that I would have is, and I don't know how the schedule would pan out for it, but you either try to incorporate Industry Day or technology, a technology day, so we could have whichever companies with vertical takeoff come in, do demos, things like that. Oftentimes, like in my industry, when we look at military aircraft, we'll do technology demonstrations / industry days in conjunction with whatever the main attraction would be for that particular event. So that right there is a really big opportunity for Middletown, not only just to showcase the airport, but also potentially bring in new vendors, new applicants. So,
thank you.
Appreciate that presentation. I'm also on the airport, so I kind of have some insight. On the FBO, are you in our original FBO, or are you still in the small FBO?
So we are still in the small FBO.
Okay, legal, where are we at on getting into our FBO?
It's still subject to pending litigation.
Okay. So, and that's one thing that I mentioned about holding off on an air show. It's always going to be growing like any other show, just like the Ohio Challenge. But I put like a presentation together, and I pitched it to the city, and they caught it, and they ran with it. But the part that Steve's talking about was what I'd consider what I call the VIP portion of it, where you're bringing in vendors, you're bringing in demonstrations, you're bringing in colleges, and you're highlighting, and also being Butler Tech being complete. But the part that, and you said it perfectly, our FBO, the one with that, once we get moved back in, it has everything. It has restrooms, it has lounges, it has a counter, it's an FBO. Because right now, from your predecessor, what happens is when someone flies in with a nice jet, you have a car there ready just to get them out of Dodge after they do whatever they have to do. We don't want that. We don't want them to have that experience. And then also moving forward with the EVs version. Because the EV genie is out of the bottle. It's not going to go away. So we might as well adapt and adjust. We have one of the longest runways for a non-commercial, if you want to call it that, for the area. We're primed for that. Excuse me. And we're in competition with Butler County and Warren County and all the other counties. But I think we have a well-established situation, and we have a little bit of land. So eventually, when that growth comes, then you have the ability to add more hangars, or have helicopter companies, or have private jet companies. So the future does look bright, but always keep in mind, we always have to make as you said, people who are rolling in and they're paying $6.50 a gallon, and they're not buying 10 gallons. They're buying hundreds and thousands of gallons. So they have the funds, and we want them to bring it in. And also with having Wright State University, Miami University, and UC close to us, that's not that far away. So hopefully we're marketing with those folks, saying we have that opportunity. I think we've done it before. So just keep doing the good job, and as I've instructed those who are on that, come to City Council, give your 4 minutes of this is what we really want, along with you
being our representative.
Thank you.
I had a question also. You'd mentioned, I'm just curious, you'd mentioned the grass runway and how everybody likes it so much. What attracts pilots to a grass runway?
Well, it's a little different, right? You're normally landing on asphalt, concrete. To be honest, I am not a pilot. I've just started working at the airport when I was really young, and that's what I've kind of grown into. So, but it's just a different experience to land in a grass runway and kind of just to get that practice, because it's going to be a different feel than if you're landing on an asphalt or concrete.
Well, it sounds like it's something that we want to maintain. Oh, would you like to come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I just wanted to add on to that. Something that I did learn from Nick's predecessor and a few others is that they called them an air warrior. So those folks that have the skill to land on a grass runway has a special skill to be able to do that. So they tend to be your, I don't want to say kamikaze, but they tend to be your air warriors is what they've called them. Because it's only a select few that can land and take off on a grass runway. So they look for that thrill, if you will.
Okay, that sounds like something we can also market.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Thank you, guys.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Luis Rodriguez. I'm the Assistant Director of Community and Economic Development. Been here since early September, and it's been great so far. Thank you very much to all the city staff and the council. Love working here, love all the potential that the city has, and I'll be presenting about transit first and then community development and housing. So a summary on 2024 for MTS. The Cincy-Link Express Bus, as many of you are aware, began at the beginning of January of 24. So a combined total of boardings between Cincy-Link and all of our fixed routes is just over 266,000 boardings. We're up 25% from last year, 23. And on-time performance for both Cincy-Link and MTS, when averaged, we have a 65.7% on time, 11.4% early, and 22.8% late. Now, in the transit industry, a lot of people may not know this, but early is actually a bad thing because an early bus means that a rider could miss the ride. A late bus is technically better. The industry standard typically fluctuates from anywhere from the upper 70s to the lower 80s for a good on-time performance, so there's some room for improvement there. Total ADA or paratransit ridership on-time performance is just above 9,300 riders, with a 90.2% on-time performance, which is pretty outstanding. And looking forward, city staff is working closely with Butler County RTA to transfer our MTS service over to them. We're in the process of negotiating that agreement and fine-tuning all the details. And here for state fiscal year 25, we've been allocated through ODOT, Urban Transit Program, over $421,000 towards capital and operating costs, in addition to what we already had allocated for 2025. So that's good for us. Most of it will likely go towards operating budget since there is a need there. Before I move forward with the next section, are there any questions about MTS?
Council, any questions? I just had a couple of questions. Is the service still free right now for the buses?
Yes.
And is there a date where they're saying that's going to stop?
No. According to BCRTA, their plans are to keep it free for as long as possible, and they do not anticipate changing that in the future, at least in the foreseeable future.
Fantastic. Okay. And what do you see as ways to help us get to that better on-time performance from 65.7 to about 85 to 100% on time?
So when I put my planner hat on for a moment, if you want to get better on-time performance, you have to increase frequency in some cases. It could vary. But you also would need to fine-tune routes. The routes have been looked at, and some suggestions have been made, but just looking at routes and increasing their efficiencies and addressing deficiencies where there are any.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Nope, thank you.
So we're going to move on to community development and housing. First thing we're going to talk about is the home improvement repair program. We had 2 rounds of that, so it was a dedicated effort to enhance the beauty and aesthetic of the city. It's a new program. that focus on the exterior improvements to homes that needed it the most. So we recognize the vital role of these properties and raising property values and increasing pride in your neighborhood and assisting local residents in upgrading their facades. So we provided this financial support for all these improvements, and we supported them throughout the entire process. And like I said, it fosters a sense of pride in the community. So there were clear guidelines put in place. Residents applied for funding. There were 2 rounds, and all the renovations had to be exterior. So initial round, $3,000 was your top dollar amount that you could receive. $89,034 were in monies were dispersed, and $100,000 was originally allocated, but there were several who canceled or transferred over to round 2. This assisted 32 families across the city. So for round 2, you had an $8,500 top dollar funding for each project. This is still in process, but $650,000 were allocated. 94 families are projected to complete their projects by end of spring. There have been a number of extensions on some of the projects due to weather considerations, but here are some before and afters from past projects. And a question we had for council is, well, are we considering a round 3? And if so, what would council like to see implemented in a 3rd round if we are considering one?
Council, any comments or questions?
Yeah, I mean, I've been for round 3. I think with a specific designation of Briel Boulevard East. I don't know what a cap would be, but there's been a lot of inquiries from residents that weren't part of the first two phases or 2 rounds, so.
I just wonder where would that fit into the 2025 budget?
Right.
Have we,
Are you thinking for this year or for 2026?
what's that, I'm sorry?
You're thinking for this year, not 2026?
I thought,
For the-
This year.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no, and I think it goes back to our earlier discussion with Samantha. I think once we get through income tax season, probably first part of May, I think we may be in a position to discuss with leadership, perhaps a supplemental for 25 to address certain things that we've already talked about today, just so that we can verify that we're on that glide path that we think we're going to be on. But I think right now, I think what would be helpful is, I think, to hear from you folks, and it doesn't have to be here today, obviously, it can be, over the course of, next few weeks, but kind of the parameters. He presented a kind of a compare and contrast. The first round was a little bit lower max amount of dollars. We had a higher in round 2, and it's a question of, besides geography, as to, kind of the level of funding per project that you folks deem reasonable.
I think one thing is maybe in relation to this that we need to move forward with, because it's relatively inexpensive technically, is the trash bash, spring trash bash. I think that was a huge hit. And I don't know, Ashley, do you recall, was it like a little over $20,000, maybe a little
Yeah, it
less?
was
that
about
sounds right.
25. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important we continue with that.
Yeah, so I think, what if we maybe dog ear in the calendar, just to be safe, maybe that first meeting in June? We kind of take a look, okay, hopefully by then, we have a really good look on tax revenue, income tax revenue. And then we can take a look, all right, do we set a little bit lower cap than 8,500 just to try and serve more folks at, $500,000 or whatever, for example? Because in general, the homes in neighborhoods on the east side of Briel are newer than on this side of town. So you could look at saying, maybe 5,000 per project, capped at $500,000 or something. But yeah, maybe we can take a look at that in early June and kind of decide. But I totally agree with the trash bash. I think it was 20-ish K. you know, that would be a great thing to do. Really, honestly, kind of yearly, just make it an annual event.
Yeah, I think we did one in the spring and one in the fall.
Yeah.
I like that as well, the maybe even 2 a year, perhaps, just to keep that going, because that did really inspire people with the trash bash.
And I don't want to steal thunder, I believe they're going to talk about upcoming
Okay, great.
idea for
Okay.
trash bashes too,
Okay.
later in the presentation.
Any other discussion on HERP? One of the things that I wanted to say about that as well is that I was wondering, like, we would talk about parameters as well, as far as income. It would still be based on income if you get this kind of grant.
I would say that, yes, that'd be a good consideration to
Yeah.
base it off income, see what's being done by other agencies like HUD, and base our parameters on that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. I know we've discussed also revolving loan, which is kind of similar but separate, getting that started again as well. And that's also something that could be utilized. It's different from HERP, it's different from the home improvement grant, but it's something that could also be utilized to help our residents and continue that ripple effect of improvement, because that was wonderful seeing that.
So I would say this, if we're gonna put any stipulations on this, I would say, you know, if you're gonna put some criteria in there to rank, and it's just not first come, first serve, I would make the argument that probably the number one group would be those that are on Social Security, fixed income, retirement, those ages. I mean, that, you know, I would say that I would put those folks, that's my personal preference. Where before we didn't have any sort of discriminators or higher eligibility requirements when it came to income or anything like that. It was strictly homeowner occupied, you know, verify address, that kind of thing.
And we can work through some of that, but at the same time, there's some parameters with discriminatory practices that we'll have to think through. How
Yeah, because
best to do that.
you're right,
It's
Ben.
kind of a sticky wicket, but yes.
Yeah, that's
That was
kind
the
of what
same
we had
problem
discussed before. Yeah.
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 That's a good conversation for us to have, though. That's good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions about HERP? All right, thank you.
So now we're going to move on to infill housing, and there are two programs that we're proposing. We want to hear council's thoughts on the ideas. So the first one is the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, or NRP. This one's geared towards improving the overall well-being of the community. So we're addressing the challenge posed by vacant lots. It was originally blighted properties that then became vacant lots, and now what do we do with these vacant lots? Infill housing was initially proposed, and we want to move forward with that. But what we want to do is to take a different approach to it, so to speak. Identify areas where there's the appropriate density of lots, and then have builders build homes on said lots, or consolidate certain lots that may be too narrow, don't fit the building code parameters, so that'd be a more appealing product to home buyers. So essentially what this is going to do, it's going to make it a competitive process. So we would RFP this out to the builders and developers. It assigns a measure of quality control. We can control what kind of product we're going to get out of this through the RFP process. It would also serve, like I said before, as a consolidated effort, focusing on particular neighborhoods or blocks at a time, as opposed to, let's say, one side of the city and another, having a few lots scattered here and there, where we make it more challenging for a builder to then complete 5 homes in a certain amount of time. It'd be more efficient, have a larger impact, and at the end of the day, it would just increase the overall housing stock within the city. So similar to this program, but different, is what we're calling a business and employee retention and attraction program related to housing. So this is designed to focus on 2 key objectives: retention and attraction of both businesses and employees. So like I said, it's similar to the NRP, but it's going to be employer-led. The city is going to direct the employers in this direction that are interested in getting their employees, current and future employees, to get housing within the city. So employers will arrange the payment structure or purchase structure of these homes. The city's going to partner with local realtors, financial institutions, and builders, and they're going to develop these infill lots into what we're referring to as missing middle housing. And essentially it would meet that gap of employees who make anywhere from the equivalent of $17,000 to $26,000 an hour, or $26 an hour. And the anticipated home prices are about $175,000 to $250,000. And we are considering including deed restrictions to prevent these homes from immediately becoming rentals and guaranteeing owner occupancy. Any questions about these two proposed programs?
Council?
I have one on the NRP. So in my old neighborhood, I lived in the Sherman area on Queen Street. So there's a couple of lots that were blighted homes. They were removed. And let's just say the comps in that area, even with the tax increase, $150,000 for a home, 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. How are you going to have a developer or a person, a builder, he has to build the same style home in that area, and it's going to cost him, and this is with minimal margin, between $250,000 to $300,000 without, one, impacting the comps in that area, making those properties rise, and then when they, next 3 years, they make the taxes go up. And I'm not trying to set you up. I'm just trying to ask the question because I'm in construction and everyone keeps saying, why are houses so much? It's like, this is because this is what materials cost, this is what all the trades cost and everything else. So the old 1990s new home 150 to 200 is now the new 250 to 300. So how are you going to combat that without having some incentive given to these builders from a city point or tax point of view to build a new home on these properties in these neighborhoods that desperately need homes, but still have to have a price tag that they can afford?
So what incentive that the city is capable of offering to these builders is the cost of acquiring the site to build on, which would to some degree reduce the cost.
The other incentive that we have is the tax exemption on the cost of construction materials. So we can offer that as well. And the idea with this, and this is part of what we gain when we go on our BR&E visits with the employers. That's how we came up with what is the hourly range that's being paid in the city to our employees, and what is that home price that they need to attract and retain employees. So as we're starting to have conversations with some of our builders, the idea is we don't plan to make money on these. We're not realtors, right? We're not going to mark it up. We don't plan to make the margin. It's the idea where we gain the benefit is keeping the employees here so that they stay here and we retain our workforce. So as we start to flesh this out, part of the conversation, the discovery conversation with the builders is, what's the best ways for us to do this? We have started to have conversation with some of our realtor partners, and they've made great suggestions on where to start in the city and kind of the strategy to build that out. They're very excited. One example, we had conversation earlier this week with some folks that proposed putting $300,000 homes across in our most disadvantaged areas of the neighborhood. That becomes a marketability issue. And to your point, what does that do to the property values of those around it? So it's a very great question. I'm glad you asked it because that's one thing we need to make sure we flesh out with some of our builders.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
You're done. So the tax incentive in products and supply, is that through the Middletown Port Authority?
Any port authority.
And in the
yes.
past, they've been reluctant to get into residential. Are we seeing that they're more receptive to get into residential now?
Yes, as a matter of fact, and I'll let Nathan speak too, but as a matter of fact, we did run this idea by them, and we had some great ideas that came from the folks on the board about how to go forward with this, so that was pleasing. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Didn't realize I was up next. I was trying to escape. All right, so as we start to talk about some of the new site developments, it's quite exciting, and as the team was together working diligently for the last 2 weeks on pulling together these slides and fleshing out the details, a couple of comments were made. We've got some new team members that have moved to the area. and/or are currently looking for housing in the area. So when we were talking about, well, what do we have? What's in the pipeline? The new site developments, and this is the other thing that we're going to start really marketing about Middletown, is we have quite an interesting portfolio of housing. Every municipality in this country has a shortage of housing. No one is excluded from that. But we're well on our way to adding to our portfolio. So right now, we've got prices ranging anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000. I've heard many comments for and against that, but that is what's going on right now with our developments. It is a mixture of single-family and multifamily housing. And over the past 3 years, we've had about 600 units in the pipeline. As we start to look at some of the new developments, this is kind of where we all went, oh, wow, we didn't realize it. While we're all sort of in the weeds of the details of these different residential development projects, when you start to step away, come up a level, and you look at the numbers, it's quite pleasing to see. So, as far as the units for rent that's in our pipeline right now on the radar, and these are either they've been approved, they're in construction, or the permits have been approved. So they're well on their way, or they're almost done. So we've got Atticus Apartments and Innovation Way Apartments. That equals 633 units for rent. As you start to go down through your single-family detached and single-family attached, we've got another almost 1,400 total homes. So if you add that to what has been in the pipeline over the last 3 years, the 600 units, we're at just over 2,000 residential units. So I think that's something really important that we need to share with our sister municipalities, because if they can provide the jobs, we can provide the housing, or they can provide the housing and we can provide the jobs. But it is a cross municipal border collaboration that we're going to have nowadays. Any thoughts on that before I jump into small business?
Any questions or comments? I had a question, because talking about the infill housing, the missing middle housing, is that included in the almost 2,000?
No. This right here is what is on our radar right now in terms of it's in process, whether it's
Gotcha.
certificates have been approved, the plans have been approved, or their construction is already underway. So our missing middle, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off,
please go ahead.
will be in addition to this.
Wonderful. And if you know this answer, you might not off the top of your head, but how many units are we looking at for that missing middle project?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that.
Well, you can get that to us later.
Okay, yeah, I will, because staff has actually identified the areas after they had conversation with some realty partners and what that strategy should look like, and they had great input. We've already got some areas identified, and staff is looking at how do we consolidate some parcels to make a more attractive, marketable, valuable lot. So I'll get that to you.
And then the question that goes with that would be, what is the need that we're seeing in Middletown for that price range, under 250?
Yeah.
175 to 250.
Yeah, like I said, that is, when we start talking to our employers on those BR&E visits, what are you paying? What's the average hourly rate that you're paying? They're telling us anywhere from $17 to $27 an hour. So when you go back and look, what can they afford? I did ask Ready Cincinnati to pull me some research on housing and what they're seeing as far as a median price tag. This fits right in there.
Oh. And I meant also as far as the need for Middletown residents. Like, how much need is there? How much can we provide in this range? Because we do have such a diverse housing stock,
We
and that's
do.
wonderful.
We do.
That's a wonderful thing for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep,
Any other
absolutely.
questions or comments?
Let me make myself a note to make sure I get you that.
Yeah,
thank you.
on this, we have to keep in mind too that, and we've all, when we were young, we started renting. And then you moved into, if you decided to stop renting, then you move into a new home or a used home. We have a nice inventory of that, and one thing that's been mentioned to me by a couple of developers as a need for senior housing, which we are also in the development of developing this property with duplex, single-level homes. So we're always thinking about this, and some of the younger folks that's on our planning commission, they're always talking about density, and they're for it. So it's, like you said, you hear different opinions on this, but I do appreciate these numbers and the continued growth of these numbers. And that's what happens is a lot of times is people will rent, and then they'll get a used home, we'll call it, and then they have decided, hey, I want to be the first person to move into a new home. So it's just it's a process, and it's funny is when you get older, you're decided, okay, I'm tired of taking care of this now used home, and they go back into a rental situation or condo situation. So I do appreciate that we are trying to give all flavors with apartments, townhouses, and detached homes. And that, again, shows that we're trying to help the younger generation, but then move forward with also trying to take care of the older generation.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that with the, I want to move to something where I don't have any maintenance. So that's my senior home right now. Anybody else? No? Okay. Let's move into small business. All right, so as we start to look at small business, we have the Middletown Small Business Alliance. And what's interesting is that the mayor and I had a conversation, I don't know, maybe a year ago, and she came to me and she says, how do small businesses get guidance? And I said, that's an easy one. We've got several resources. We have our Middletown Small Business Alliance. So think of this as almost kind of a chamber for small business, if you will. Not that small businesses can't join our chamber, and I encourage them to do so. This is free for membership. We have quarterly speakers come in that speak to the entrepreneur and where they are in their entrepreneurial journey. So whether it's cash flow management, or it's how to make yourself bankable, or lines of credit. These are things that small business owners typically don't have time to go research, nor do they know anything about, but can be incredibly helpful. We partner with the Small Business Development Center at Miami Regionals, SBDC, I will refer to them as, and we have a professional services agreement with them, and they are incredibly helpful. So they will bring in whatever advisor has a particular specialty area. They will bring them to the MSBA meetings, and this gives our MSBA members a chance to network amongst each other. I think it's important that they understand, when you're a small business owner, and Councilman Horn, you know this, you're a small business owner, and Mayor, your parents are small business owners. When you're a small business owner, you don't have time to go search outside resources. But if you know about them, then you can make time to utilize them. And a lot of times they are so busy working in their business, they don't have time to work on their business. And that's what this is meant to do, and that's what helps them grow. And they oftentimes feel that they are the only one on the island. But when you get them together and they see that they're sharing the similar struggles that an entrepreneur faces, they now feel like they're no longer the only one on the island. So that's what this alliance is meant to provide them. It's up to them whether or not they come to utilize that. We do allow the members to have the option to host the next quarterly meeting. So it's kind of, if we're all in the MSBA and I'm going to host the meeting this quarter, I'm going to give you all the opportunity to understand how you can help me. But I have to help you understand that, because you don't do my business and you don't know what it takes to help me grow my business. So it allows them the opportunity for that. So I won't go through and read this to you, but this is basically the gist of the MSBA. And all they have to do is email us and say, I want to be part of the MSBA. And then we keep them apprised of when those quarterly meetings are and where. Now, part of that too, again, with the Small Business Development Center, there we go. These are specifically SBDC stats. This is not stats for the rest of the city, but this is what SBDC helped bring to us. They brought 7 new business starts this year, which created 52 new jobs, $246,000 in sales growth, and that equated to about just under $4,500 in capital per client. These are stats the SBDC tracks, and they report to the state office, who then reports to the national office. We do now incorporate them at the very beginning stages of planning ribbon cuttings. We had 14 city ribbon cutting. I can't talk now. 14 city ribbon cuttings in 2024. That is in addition to the ones that DMI does, the ones that the chamber does, and the ones that the businesses do on their own. So we had quite a few ribbon cuttings this year. We've started to bring the SBDC in on the planning stages of the ribbon cuttings, because I think it's important that we introduce them to a resource at the ground level if they haven't reached out to SBDC before the ribbon cutting. Ideally, they would. But if they haven't, that's why I want SBDC involved in the ribbon cuttings. So it gives them a resource at the time that they open their doors. All right. Then, of course, we had the Central Pastry ribbon cutting for anniversaries. We will often do the anniversaries as well. The graphs along the bottom are just the graphs that SBDC also provides to support the stats that they shared. But all kinds of reasons to celebrate. I know Daubenmeier had an anniversary ribbon cutting. And there was another one I thought of earlier, and now I'm forgetting. So that's what happens when you get old. Any thoughts on small business?
Yes. I guess I'm going to go back to this, and I apologize if I sound like a broken record, but I think it's important. The stats here, I love it, 52 new jobs created, but the 246,000 in sales growth, 6,600. What I'd like to see is what it's done for Middletown in income tax. And if we see that, oh, man, this is great for, maybe we need to put more effort towards this. Because once again, that's about the only way we're going to be able to get more police officers, more firefighters, more public works personnel, more parks employees. So that's, I love, sales growth, great, but from a city standpoint, what's this mean to us in increasing our income tax revenue?
Okay. We can start to, Sam and I can start pulling together sort of what the trajectory is looking like for income tax revenue. I will say, and Councilman Horn, I know you've been involved with SBDC before, so you know this, when they interact with their clients, that information is confidential unless they're getting some sort of funding or it's not down to and I'm just letting you know how they are.
I understand that.
So I can't get that for theirs, but I can certainly get that for the rest of the city.
For the city of Middletown.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
Because we want to maybe it's so lucrative, we want to throw more resources
Sure.
to the Economic Development Department.
Oh, I'm all for that.
There you go. But you got to show me.
Absolutely,
I'm
absolutely.
not from Missouri, but you got to show me.
Any other council comments or questions at this time?
Yeah, I want to talk about the SBDC, which is, it's a grant program through Miami University, and I think Wright State also. Before that, when I started my business, it was called BizTech, and it was run out of Butler County. What I like about it is, and I had a nice conversation with David, who runs this program. It takes the small business through all the stages, and it's shocking if you have a conversation with him. He tells the young folks, he tells me, I try to talk them out of it, because it's not something that's instantaneous. It takes years. But what's nice about the SBDC, and also what you're doing, is it goes in phases. So after a certain amount of time, as a small business entity, you're going to notice banks will start wanting to lend you some money. They'll want to have you set up their business accounts at the very beginning and help you through all the process. But once you start establishing yourself and showing that you're a viable business and you grow and you have employees, what's nice about what we do, what the SBDC does before it comes to us, they have to sit down with the SBDC after they have some time and they want equipment for their business or they want to add more employees. Well, before it comes to City Council for a grant, they have to go through the SBDC, and he walks them through it, and he actually helps them fill out the application and says, yes, send this to City Council, which makes our jobs a little easier because then we know it's not just someone saying, I want $50,000 because I'm a nice person. It actually has reasoning behind it, and it has someone who actually teaches this, and it helps us, and also it shows our businesses, because we're going to grow with employees, Paul, then we're going to get more payroll tax. But it's not just, and I'll just say it, we had a habit a couple of councils ago of giving money to restaurants, and then 24 months later, they're gone, and the 10 grand is gone too. So I guess now we're glad that we are at least doing some vetting, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments at this time? I had one question and kind of like a comment as well. Knowing that businesses, it's really getting past that 3-year mark.
It is.
Especially for new businesses. So I'm really glad that this is here. And it seems like that's why, one of the reasons that they're here. And so when you're celebrating that 5 years, that's a really big deal. But I'm also curious as to, does the SBDC also work with retention of businesses that are already established?
Yes, they do.
And also kind of like, do they offer like that from start to finish? Like that whole idea of like, okay, now we're going to be selling, or now we're going to be transferring, or anything like that, or relocating or expanding?
Yes, they do all of that. And that's what I alluded to earlier, depending upon which business advisor they have on their team, they all have a different sort of specialty area. So for instance, SBDC Miami, they have someone who specifically deals with the Hispanic community. And they have someone else who deals with mergers, acquisitions, and bankability. They have someone else who deals with just exporting. And then someone who deals with that kind of, very first time dipping my toes in the water kind of thing. And if they don't have them on that particular team, they'll reach out to another SBDC location to get whatever subject matter expert they might need. So that's the good thing about it being a national network. And so then we can bring some of those teaching topics into our quarterly meetings for MSBA. So yeah, any phase.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Event Center, we will bring our Event Center manager up. Angie, back by the bar.
I want to interject it. We are at the 12 o'clock mark. Do we want to go ahead and take our scheduled break now?
I think that's a good idea. Perfect timing. Great.
She's
All right,
like,
so we will
"Oh,
take
man."
our break for half an hour.
Okay.
Correct? Yes.
Right.
now I'm like,
Okay.
can I start?
All right, if IT is good, we're ready to start.
All right, I can officially say good afternoon. My name is Angie Smith, and I am the Event Center Manager. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today about the Event Center. I'm going to quickly do an overview on the Event Center of Middletown. As you are well aware, as you have all been here and toured the building, we have an exceptional venue. One that you're not going to find in a lot of places, one especially with a very flexible layout. We can accommodate a lot of different events, celebrations, anything that you can imagine. You'll notice on the screen there's a lot of different ones that we have, your general overall events that most people have and want to celebrate. But one of the things too is you also have that opportunity to, there's sometimes dinners, family dinners, Christmas celebrations, Thanksgivings. They just don't have the home, they don't have the room to host those events. And so they're reaching out to us, which is always neat because we're able to give them a space and opportunity to all get together. So these are just a few, again, your high-level events that are offered here, but it's also an opportunity for people to call and say, hey, do you offer this? And obviously, we do have that ability to work with them. So another real quick, an overview of what it looks like and what we have to offer. Not only do we have a great venue on the inside, but we have a lot of great outside space for a lot of events that are outside, as well as you take the location, a particular room, and you tell me, hey, this is what we want to do with it. This is how we want it to look. Can you make it happen? And knock on wood, so far this year, we've been able to make that happen for them. And it's just a matter of what is it that you want to look at? What do you want to see? What's your story look like? So we have been able to do a lot of renovating, and when I say renovating, that's coming in, cleaning it up, organizing it, getting rid of things that are not useful to us or maybe we're broken, and being able to have a space like this that when you begin marketing to the community and outside of the community, it's something that you're proud of. And it's something that you can bring people in and they see it and go, wow, this is not what I was expecting, or I had no idea that this was in Middletown. And so with that, it has been a pleasure. I've only been here since September, but to be able to look at where we were when I came in September to where we are now, and then looking at those goals for where we plan to go. Before I go to, well, I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. This is just one interview from the community.
What events would I like to see here? Weddings, Middletown functions, dinners, just all types of social things. It's a very much needed event center in Middletown, and I think it's a fantastic place to hold an event. 3 words that I would describe the event center are very well managed, accommodating, and they just want to make sure they fulfill all your wishes and what you expect of them.
So as you all know, coming in, the community's buy-in and their perception of what the event center is important to you guys as well it is to me, as well it is to everyone. And them understanding who and what we are, what we're about, what we offer, and keeping it real that this is not closed, that we are open. We are open 5 days a week for senior programming. We are open for all kinds of different events, and getting them to just realize what we have to offer, and you know what that looks like. A couple of things, if you have not checked out the kitchen, since it's been cleaned, we do have a state-of-the-art kitchen back there, which is a huge bonus for event vendors, for clients, when they are able to see that they have that ability to come in and prepare their food, whether they're cooking it or just prepping for it. We have had 3 different catering services for events here, and I've given 2 tours, one of which was blown away with the availability and the space back there, and also willing to cross-promote our venue on their website. So it's just building those connections, getting them in here to see what we have to offer, and again, it's been a game changer for that. You'll notice from that interview, as well as we have others that you'll start to see rolling out on our social media pages and our website, of what the community's perception is that have been here and what they see and value and what they want it to look like for that. We also do, I do want to mention, we do have the senior programming that we offer daily. We're averaging between 80 and 100 daily seniors who come in for various programs, from Silver Sneakers Aerobics to Social Hour to Bridge to you name it. They're here, they enjoy it, they have bought into it, and it's kind of neat to see what's happened. New members in 2024, from September to December, we had 22 new members sign up who were not members before, and we were excited to see that. As of last Friday, our total new members, are roughly counting, is about 235, and those are active members. So we were excited about that as well. So in 2024, again, September to December, we hosted a number of events, from 2 community luncheons, 8 community meetings, 1 community forum, a wedding, 3 holiday parties, and 1 90th birthday celebration. And so being able to come in, rebrand, clean the place up, get the word out, bring people in, and host a number of successful events with the help of so many people has been exciting. So it's a total of 16 events that we had in 2024. So some of the major projects that we had, and I think she's going to speak. I'm going to let this interview play.
This has been a gem, this transformation. It's something that we're proud of here in our community, and I think it's a positive addition. It's a great wedding venue, holiday parties, meetings. I mean, it has so many different spaces, and it's versatile. It could really serve anything and anyone. Aesthetically, it's a beautiful space to make memories.
And we have our interviewees here today. So a few of the major projects for 2024 were the renovations and the upgrades, the development of the new event packages, the streamlining and booking processes, website marketing, tailoring our services to diverse clientele, and expanding social media. Some of those will roll in and have rolled into 2025 that we hope to have completed very, very soon. One of which is the blinds, and I do apologize for that. That will be fixed very soon. Are there any questions right now?
I just want to say, I think you guys have done an incredible job on this place. Ashley, Nathan, Angie, and I don't want to leave anybody out. Lisha and Neil, Scott, Neil, and those guys. This place looks incredible.
Thank you.
I've heard nothing but very positive things, and I think it's, you know, it just makes me feel good because I think we did, it made us look like, yeah, a year and a half ago, we did the right thing by preserving this place for what it can be.
One of the pictures that I put on here is a before and after of the boardroom. I don't know if you ever visited the boardroom prior, but it was dark, black ceilings, dark walls. It just was dark. It wasn't very welcoming, and so Ashley from maintenance came in, replaced the ceiling tiles, painted the walls. If you've not gone in there, I encourage you to go check it out before you leave. It looks so much better. And the groups that go in there, seniors, were like blown away because it was closed while she was working on that for about a week. And it's just, they enjoy it. But that's probably the biggest transformation that you can physically see.
That first video, the woman in the first video, her brother's a really cool dude.
I love her. She's one of my favorite.
Just so
That
you know.
was yeah, that's true.
Not that I know him.
No. That was my 3-weekend to the job event. She is a gem. You have to admit it.
Younger brother is a pretty good dude.
Yeah.
So runs in the family.
That's true.
Might have stopped right before me.
Yeah. So the vision for the future 2025 projects, and kind of where we are, it is no secret the HVAC system is something that we hope to figure out what's the best way to handle that so that we can not be cold and not be too hot during the summer, and again go back to offering a safe place for our seniors during the day as well as our event space for clients who are paying to rent the space. Also staffing, getting event hosts and hostesses so that when we have multiple events or when we have every weekend booked, we have someone here that's able to come in and cover that on outside of me working every weekend, which I don't mind, but be able to grow that staffing. Implementing the software, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we have purchased Event Pro, which is it's a streamlining, it's phenomenal from invoicing to bookkeeping to CRM to reservations to everything. It is in the final stages of being finished. We're just working out a few things, but February 10th, they will actually be online implementing and training us, so we'll be able to use that. Completion of exterior and interior projects. Maintenance got a lot done last year, and we're hoping to finish up exterior and interior projects, again, such as the blinds, such as some of the things that we just want to be sure that are done, again, from the standpoint of being able to rent it and giving from the outside aesthetics to make it look good. Senior building renovations, that's the building in the back, and that's more just cleaning out the files and the trash and the desk furniture so that senior programming can utilize that space, meaning, Bridge. If Bridge has a dedicated space, they're not having to carry their suitcases or carts with all their gaming equipment on it that they use, or having to put up tables. They have a space. They can keep their stuff there. They're able to play at different times, and they're not able, they don't have to worry about taking things in and out. This building will still be used for aerobics, for any type of large group settings, but they'll have the ability to call it their own, if you will. Right now, arts and crafts and crazy crafters, it's already up there, and so we're hoping to finish that up in the next few months. Some of the new projects are attract high-profile events, website rollout, again, the event management software, marketing strategies, event diversification, cross-promotions, and strengthening relationships. As far as the high-profile events, those are your larger events that in the Cincinnati-Dayton area, being able to market to them that this is here, this is the center of location. You don't necessarily have to drive to Dayton or down to Cincinnati, that we're able to do that. And through strategizing campaigns, we'll be able to do that. Our website rollout, we just got another draft. This is the home page for our new website, and it's actually changed a little bit. We got the updated draft last night, and I did not want to change that slide. This website will be one that will house the event center information as well as senior programming, So the seniors will have a space where they can go to check the schedule, to check what's going on, as well as our clients can search various places for all the various events, as well as our software will be integrated into that. So I'm super excited. We're right here finishing up and just within a few weeks of having all of it ready. The marketing campaigns, as I mentioned, these are very strategized to reach the groups of people that we want, from corporate events to trainings to launch parties to weddings, receptions, all those different things. Being able to strategize who and what we want to reach and how to reach it, we'll be able to do that. And then again, the rest of them kind of go hand in hand. Cross promotions, building relationships with those businesses, with the catering businesses, with the businesses here in town, and getting them to work together. We'll promote their business as well as having them promote that we're here and what we have to offer. And with the seniors, these are just a few of the plans for the senior community. We want to enhance some of the services and programs. We currently have 27. We actually just added 2 new events. Oh wait, no, I'm ahead of myself just a little. We just added 2 more Silver Sneakers events to that, which we are very excited about, because that does give our seniors an opportunity to utilize Silver Sneakers if that is part of their health benefits that they're able to get paid for. So that brings us now up to 5 Silver Sneakers activities a week. And then we just added in January 1 evening class in January. We're going to add another one in February, pound class. And so those are 2 evening classes. So if you're 50 and above, but you can't make it during the day, you are able to come to 2 of those. One right now is aerobic line dancing, and that's offered for beginners for 30 minutes, and then for more active line dancing, that's from 5:30 to 6:30, and they do have a lot of fun. And then pound class will start in February. That'll be on Thursday evenings from 5 to 6. So we also want to work with the health and wellness organizations, and so many nonprofits, if they have a resource that they can offer our seniors, setting up classes and trainings here during the day for them, working closely with them to be able to bring information to our seniors. And then again, the renovation. And then so far, we have 31, actually, we now, as of yesterday, I confirmed two more, so it'd be 33, and I actually have a walkthrough with one tomorrow for a possible wedding. So we're getting there. We're making the move and being able to have that many events without a solid website. You know, getting our presence known on social media, getting the word out. I'm okay with that. Being the end of January, now ask me 3 months down the road, and that will be a different story. But we are excited to be able to, you know, have those receptions and weddings and larger corporate events that are here. I think that's it. Are there any other questions that y'all might have for me?
Yep. Questions from council? Comments? Yep. I had a couple that I'd like to just ask about quickly. Do you know how we stand with the Council on Aging at this point? I know that we had, might not know, might be acting city manager. No. Okay.
How we do what? I'm sorry.
How we were standing with the Council on Aging. There was an issue with our senior center at that time.
I have not met with them. They're on my list. I personally have a great relationship with them from previous jobs, and that is something that I do want to be able to reach back out to them and see how we can partner.
Okay, fantastic. And then do you know, are we offering, forgive me, I don't know, are we offering meals for our seniors, or is that something that we're going to be looking at in the future?
As far as similar to what they had before?
Maybe. I don't know how that would look actually for us now.
So We are not right now. We have actually talked about that when we met with our members, with our seniors, you know, kind of what they wanted to see and what that would look like. As of right now, there's not a plan for us to do that other than, you know, if they wanted me to organize like a food truck, or if maybe there was a, you know, a catering service that wanted to come in and serve food or something in that kind of organized manner, to be able to do that on down the road maybe, but that's kind of where we stand at the moment.
And that was a real challenge for the previous group here, the Central Connections, and, you know, they had to sign a 3-year deal. In the first year, okay, they made money. Second year, they broke even, but the third year, they lost their shirts, and that's part of what got them into financial difficulties. So it's a very, very tough program, and that was a lot of heartache for the board, and that would be a challenge to overcome, to figure that out.
And how is it working with, so we wanted to have the event center to maintain our seniors and their activities and to have a place for, like you said, social. So I'm just curious, how's that working out with like a place for the seniors to have their classes and then also a space to have the events? Is that working out? Do we need to look at maybe a separate permanent place for things like chair volleyball so that events can be held in here? How's that going?
So far so good. There have been a few times that, depending on if the entire event center, meaning the entire building, is rented out, we do have to cancel programming for that day. But a lot of times, again, because of the flexibility of the building and being able to change things up, we have been able to accommodate differently. So if there's something, even yesterday, setting up for this, chair volleyball is normally in this section. We just moved them up front, so they still have that. Same thing with our silver sneakers. That's large groups of seniors that come in, and they don't want to mess. Like, you don't mess with chair volleyball, you don't mess with bridge, you don't mess with silver sneakers, because that's something they're dedicated to, and that's a program that they look forward to. So we have been able to accommodate that, again, unless it is the entire building's rented out. We're able to move them into the atrium. We've moved things into the boardroom. We've been able to accommodate smaller groups with the office space down there. That's one of the big things, though, is to get the back building cleaned up and ready so that those smaller programming groups don't have to move somewhere else. The larger ones, we have enough space that we can accommodate them. So it's the smaller ones. But so far, it's worked. They want to know in enough time. So as long as I have enough time to say, okay, we're closed on this day, or we're going to move you somewhere else, they've been good.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
You taking sign-ups for chair volleyball?
Come on.
So
Anytime, you're welcome to come. They are very competitive. We have to remind them to keep all 4 legs on the floor. But they have a lot of fun, and they have social time where they bring out a coffee cart. You know, it is a lot of fun. They're also looking for bingo callers. So if you're interested in coming in one day and calling for bingo, we would love to have you. But anytime you're available and want to stop in and check out senior programming, we'd love to have you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. So I'm going to go over grants, not just generally speaking, but as it applies to economic development. As you can see, it pretty much touches every aspect of the focus areas on the comprehensive plan. So before I go into the actual slide itself, the position of a grants coordinator was created earlier this year to focus on securing grant funding for a variety of different projects. And here I'm going to focus on some of the targeted projects for 2025. As you can see, the town mall being at the top of the list, paperboard, the Vail site, and the downtown refresh. As for the town mall redevelopment, it's 4 parcels. We're pursuing right now a brownfield remediation grant for the amount of approximately $10 million for the remediation, asbestos abatement, and also for some other activities surrounding the town mall, such as relocating the existing tenant of Planet Fitness. As of last year, $1 million was encumbered under that grant through the Warren County Port Authority that began some of those remediation activities. They did approximately half of that. So we're at about a tenth of the way there in terms of what our goal is. As for the paperboard site redevelopment located at 427 Vanderveer Street, there are some potential funding sources. We've applied for a pre-project planning program grant through Ready Cincinnati and Jobs Ohio. That grant makes you then eligible to apply for another grant called the Vibrant Communities Program, which is up to $1 million per application. Another grant we are considering applying for is the Lowe's Hometown Community Grant that can be used for a variety of different activities related to getting the site ready or retrofitting it. So the P4 that I mentioned before, that's for conceptual drawings, pre-planning activities, analysis, and then a final report on the site. And you can ask up to 50%. So we got a quote for about $75,000 in conceptual pre-project activities, and we're getting $375,000 out of the total, so 50% of that. The Vale site redevelopment, we are considering a community grocery healthcare clinic and community room on the site. That excludes the Knights of Columbus Hall, and currently it's 37 parcels. Some potential funding sources, as mentioned earlier, we're also applying for a pre-project planning grant, and then that'll allow us to apply for a Vibrant Communities Program grant, Lowe's Hometown Community Program grant. We're also looking at applying for some money through the FTA that would allow for building infrastructure surrounding the area, and a USDA grant, which deals with it's a competitive grant program related to food projects, and this checks a lot of boxes for that. And we're also thinking of pursuing a Middletown Community Foundation grant and also asking for in-kind contributions from our potential tenants. And so current funding, including match, we have $161,000 approximately allocated to us through HUD. We have the Pat Lenny grant through Ally Development for $5,000 and $200,000, which was the site acquisition cost that could be used towards the match. The downtown refresh, multiple properties in the downtown area, and here are some potential funding sources, many of which have been mentioned before. Does anybody have any questions about grants?
Yeah, I had a couple things on town mall redevelopment, even though that's in Warren County. Recent discussions last year that we had with Butler County Commissioner Dixon, he had expressed some interest if Warren County threw in potentially either doing a match or a partial on Butler County's end, whether it be demo, whatever the case may be. So that might be something to look into, even though technically it's Warren County. They were like, they understand, right? Yeah, it's shared interest.
Yeah, that kind of got shot down at the land bank meeting. The legal counsel there was Butler County money could not be used for that part of Middletown because it was in Warren County.
Okay.
And as you know, the Forest Fair Mall project that had been on a hiatus for a while, those developers came back and they showed up to that meeting, and
right, yeah,
you can already imagine what happened there.
Yeah. Won't hold my breath on that one. Looking at so when we look at the Vale site, outside of the options that we see here, like, you know, I know that there's parcels, there's been drawings on that land for a number of years now. Have there been other options explored for that particular piece of property?
So as a project, it has not been explored as a project. There's been a few different individuals or developers that are not widely known that have come and said, hey, we can do some low-income housing, or we can do this, but there's never been a feasibility study or any sort of documentation to say that's what's needed there. So as we start to look at developing the whole Vail site, but we'll do it sort of separately. You know, you've got the Knights of Columbus Hall versus where we were proposing to do the community grocer healthcare clinic. You have the rest of that site. And so as we start to look at those two projects, part of the consideration should be, how do we then tie in the whole site? So if you're putting, you know, this, let's say the Knights of Columbus Hall gets completely revitalized as it is, and a community grocer healthcare clinic or some other project gets put on the opposite end of that, how do you then make some project in the middle to tie those together so that it's a nice kind of cohesive redevelopment and repurposing of that area? So, but if you have ideas, throw them out
And
at
then
us.
do we tie that into the whole downtown?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. And I think that will be part of sort of the considerations that we put in that RFP draft is, hey, this is another area, but needs to flow with the whole fabric.
Paperboard site, when will we be ready on that one?
So we are finishing up our environmental samples right now. They've just done the last of their core samples. They're processing those. We should have those results, knocking on wood, by the end of February-ish. And then at that point, they can start the paperwork process to the EPA for the covenant not to sue. We have started discussing the exercise of concepts for that. So we've had 2 discussions with 2 different not developers, but engineering firms and architecture firms of how do we start the process for concepting. So once we have the final results, we'll know what can and can't go there. And I know we've had these discussions before. Obviously, residential, we can pretty well say, is not going to be part of that. Right. But then it'll give us the final details on what we can and can't do. And then those concepts will speak to that. Okay. So here pretty soon, I would love to say end of Q1. Don't hold me to that, but that's... That's what I know, right? That's what we're going to shoot for, and then we can start the concepting.
Okay.
And once we have that done with the concepting and know what can go there, have you already talked to like the community, surrounding community, and also like businesses nearby? And is that also kind of tied into the downtown refresh as part of like a connector?
Yeah, so part of that feasibility study, and we had this conversation with Burgess and Nipel because they're finishing up the studies, is because that paperboard is sort of catty-cornered across the street from the Vail footprint, whatever we concept there, we need to sort of incorporate into those studies, hey, there's something on the other side of the street. So those concepts need to pull in what could potentially go on the other side of the street. Not that those analyses will do that side of the street, but it needs to consider it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anything else?
On the Vail site, it says community grocer, health clinic, and community room. Well, my question is, less than a mile away at the corner of Yankee and Verity, you have a health clinic, well-established, and community room. How is that going to affect them?
They're actually in part of the discussions with us. They have not said, yes, absolutely, we're going to sign on the dotted line, but they have said to us, we would have an interest in this, and this is what we would like to see there. So part of that conversation was, what services could they put at the Vail location versus what they can add at their new location. They're wanting to expand in some other sort of prenatal services, dentistry services. So they have already been talking about how do we split up the locations for those.
I don't want to hurt something that's already been
Right,
established. That
right.
The citizens, that's our clinic right now.
Yeah.
As long as this other one does not, it adds services versus.
Yeah.
Now they're.
Yeah.
They were very
dueling.
excited about it.
They're dueling against each other.
The burning question there then is, why would we even want to do that? Why do we need 2 sites?
They're going to split up their services. They don't have enough room in that secondary location.
Not offering the same services.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. That's
And
what
they don't have enough room in their secondary location right now to offer everything they want to offer.
Okay.
So that's what excited them about this conversation is we can actually now offer it all. So.
Good.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll stay up here then. You get to end with me. Aren't you lucky? I tried to talk Claire into coming here. I told her I'd slip her $100, but she still said no. She is going to go do wedding party stuff.
I'll
so
do it.
$100?
$100 is $100.
Okay, so I will try to share with you all the insight that Claire shared with us as a team, and I do have her notes here, so if you ask me a question and I got to read through the notes, I apologize in advance. One of the things that we are talking about as a team is how do we tackle our planning and zoning and make us more developer friendly. So in '24, staff responded to 613 zoning permit applications. Of those, 115 were non-residential permits, 40 were residential, and 38 were sign permits. And then, of course, staff issued 513 zoning violations. Staff is also liaising to and secretary for 4 of the city boards. Board of Zoning Appeals, known as BZA, heard 24 cases in 2024. Planning Commission heard 21 cases. Historic Commission, which one of our other program managers is the liaison for that, heard 21 cases. And Architecture Review Board, ARB, heard 10 cases. Of those, 51, just over 51,000 fees were generated for 2024. 35 of that was from the zoning permits that were issued, and 15 of that was from the non-permit fees. For 2025, our city planner was very excited to put this wish list together. So I think she thought it was like Christmas. So we're going to continue, obviously, to issue the zoning permits and liaise on those boards, as well as I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of bringing on a zoning administrator. So we'll have one person that can sort of definitely be in the field, helping at the desk, and the other person can build on that information and then help create further development strategy. We are currently working on and have done some text amendments, chapter amendments, and then possibly even a full update through an RFP and a consultant. We will be bringing that to you all later as we start to draft some of that up. She literally keeps a bag of Post-it notes on her desk, and every time she comes across something in our code and zoning that doesn't mesh up with another part of our code and zoning, she makes a note of it. So we put a bunch of this out on a whiteboard, and she was pulling her little Post-it notes out of her bag, and it was pretty awesome to see. So again, cataloging all the planning documents and the beginning that review process. Adoption. So we are currently working on the adoption of an updated historic preservation and revitalization plan. That plan originally was put together in 1980. We are in the final draft review. We've asked some organizations to also review it. We're asking our Historic Commission to review it. We did hear back yesterday from Heritage Ohio with a few of their comments, so that was really helpful. We can start to incorporate those tweaks into it. And then we'll be bringing that to you all. GIS overlay. So here's definitely her wishes of her wishes of her wishes. Overlay the FEMA floodplains on our zoning map. We do have some FEMA maps that are severely outdated, and we need to add that overlay capability. Digitizing the future land use map for our comp plan. So being able to put that into our GIS, and then a map of the issued variances and conditional uses. So as we are meeting as a team on different development projects, whether it be residential or commercial, those things are constantly coming up in conversation, and being able to provide those GIS maps helps to move that helps to expedite that conversation, if that makes sense. So we can possibly move to some ideas on what we want to do with those areas, and then bring that to you. The historic preservation policy, this is something and this goes back to, part of it came up as our downtown refresh conversation, but we definitely need to, as a collective body, determine what is our historic preservation policy. Some of that will touch upon the demolitions, so much to what, Councilman West and Horn and, well, basically all of you, we're saying is, if there's not structural integrity there, or that's compromised, are we okay to demolish that? If it can be saved, we save it, but we've got to come up with a more solid policy. So we will be bringing that ask to you after we put a draft together. Any questions on that before I touch on the last one?
Just a quick, when we combined the Community Development Department and the Economic Development Department, we wanted to do one of the positions, and I forget what we were calling it, that was going to go out and making sure we were getting all the revenue coming in that we could.
Process server.
Process
Yeah,
server.
okay. Because we've seen other cities did that and it was very lucrative. Do we have any thoughts about maybe in the future doing that? And then dovetailing that, I know we put the tax person in there to do that on the income tax. Have we had any success with that?
On the income tax auditor, we'll know here in about another 6-7 months. We are working on the process server situation. Actually, our prosecutor's office on some of our zoning violations is wrapping up that arrangement right now. We're, per council's direction, at budget time, we're going down the road of a contracted arrangement for both income tax process serving, some of the issues we're having, along with development as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Last but not least, building inspection and code enforcement. As I mentioned, we've actually we've got 2 candidates we've narrowed down to for another code specialist. We're bringing them in as a second round interview. But for our 24 activity, we had 6,295 inspections, just over 2,100 permits issued, and just over 692,000 in fees generated from that. That is up 26,000 from the 2023 fees generated, just over 666,000. We'll continue to work with the developers and the property owners and the different departments to streamline the process. As we move towards into 25, what we're looking to do is we'll have 1 inspector per quadrant. So I want you to think of these quadrants as kind of like the police beats that they were talking about earlier. And they will all be focused on their property maintenance issues. I got a couple of bullet points there that highlights what those are. We'll have a code specialist that's going to be inspecting on zoning issues citywide. So there's a couple of examples of what those are. And then we will have an inspector focused citywide on the nuisance issues. So that's sort of how the divide and conquer is going to happen. And if we need to tweak it, we will. So before I jump into these pictures, which is as exciting as the ones from the home improvement repair program, the one thing that I want to point out to you is that these pictures were not HERP applicants. They simply did this based on a code violation. And it's quite impressive. So this is the before and the after. And the difference that you see in some of these, they've definitely taken pride in upgrading their properties. So staff had some favorites that they pulled out for this, both for the code enforcement as well as for the home improvement repair program. It does our heart good to see that, and hopefully we'll see more of that. Any questions on that before I leave you with this last video?
No, Alicia, with the code enforcement, I mean, there was a lot of people that reached out and they were upset by it and whatnot. But on the flip side of that, it's been way too convenient for predatory landlords, especially from outside the city, to own trap houses here in town, charge a ton of money for rent. And I had people reach out to me and say, hey, look, here's what my living conditions are. And one was a really, I could not believe that he was paying $1,000 a month for this place. I mean, it was unbelievable. And it was one of those, I mean, they switched it up on him. I mean, he and his pregnant fiance went and looked at the property, and they were 2 or 3 months out from moving. It's out of town, doctor owns it from Miamisburg. And they were like, oh yeah, all this is gonna be fixed. When they moved in, it was actually worse. I mean, it was filled with trash and whatnot. So, and it was not a condition that you would want anybody to live in. And that's what I kept telling people. I'm like, you don't understand. I get it. Do we all want a couch on our front porch? Hell yeah, we do. But the only way we can put pressure on these kind of landlords, and even some of the companies that own, these properties, you have to start with code enforcement. I mean, I know I've got a couple violations on my house. I've got some peeling paint and whatnot, but I don't care. It is what it is. You have to bring up living conditions for some folks. And that was the number one thing, in 23, when we were all running and kind of talking to the community. Everybody's like, where is code enforcement? We have to get the city cleaned up. And by going down that rabbit hole, we had a lot of residents reach out and just say, hey, code enforcement hasn't been by yet, but can you send them my address? Because this house is, unlivable. And so it kind of put pressure, and hopefully some of those landlords, it's not convenient for them anymore, and they're looking to sell. So, but good job. I mean, I appreciate it. I know the pressure was on there for a while, and things were tense. But at some point we have to look at the city and go, I know that abandoned car has been on that street for at least 6 years. Paul and I drove around one time, and you can go like, I know this house has looked this way for at least a decade. And Paul and Ashley and I drove around that one day, and it's like, holy cow,
Yeah, some of them are deplorable, and I'm glad you bring that up. There's a couple of things I want to touch on to sort of tack on to that. With the consolidated department now and being able to have some of those conversations, it doesn't start or stop with code enforcement, right? There's a whole process that has to come after that. Clear into the courts and being able to prosecute and going after the out-of-town owners. And do we need to tighten up that process? We do. And I think we've got a council regime now that can decide to put teeth to this, where that maybe hasn't been in place in the past. So unfortunately, that put our code specialists in a very awkward and dangerous spot. I will never have my team again go out there and be spit on, guns pulled on them, dogs sought on them. Some of them are grandparents. They took their grandparent or grandkids out for dinner, and people would come up and cuss them out at their table. I never want my team to be in that position again. And unfortunately, it didn't start or stop with code enforcement. There's a whole process behind that we as a city need to put teeth into to help them do their job, so that we as a city can do our job. So I thank you for bringing that up. The out-of-town landlords had a conversation with someone earlier today specifically about a landlord. They don't live in Lebanon, but they're in the area. They don't live in Middletown, but they're in the area, having deplorable conditions for their tenants. And what can we do about that? There is some teeth that we can do, and that starts with our vacant property legislation and then going into rental registration. So that is something we're going to be bringing to you all to say, what do you want us to do? Do we put teeth to it? Do we not put teeth to it? So staff right now is starting to look at what are other municipalities doing? What's Hamilton doing? What's Westchester doing? What's Liberty Township doing? And how do we get a handle on that? So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing that when you guys bring that forward, because there are some other municipalities that are doing that, some sort of, agreement up front. But, I mean, it's horrible.
It is.
And I saw the responses from a lot of people on social media, and they were instigating. And I'm like, come on, you know? But then those same exact residents that were instigating all of this mess, then 2 months later, they call you because they need something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it doesn't work like that.
Thank
you.
you.
You can't crap on people and get half the city riled up because you want a couch on your front porch,
Right.
and then go, oh, hey man, I need a favor. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
So, so no, hats off. I mean, it was a good year. It was a challenging year,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it just sets the tone that if we want to clean this city up and we want the perception of the city to change from people out of town, like we were talking about on the news, you have to do it completely.
Yes.
And if you're on council and you're not hurting somebody's feelings, you're probably not standing for anything.
Right.
And so, it is what it is. I don't really care.
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't affect me either way, but, you know, we have to look after our most vulnerable residents, you know, the elderly and those that are struggling to make ends meet. And unfortunately, a lot of both of those groups are in these living conditions that are horrible.
Yeah.
And, you know, and there's only so much that we can do to apply pressure, but, you know, I appreciate everybody, you know, rolling up their sleeves and going about it. I was pretty vocal on Facebook when there were people specifically citing where code enforcement was.
Yeah.
That day, they were posting
Yes.
updates, and I'm like, you know, you guys don't understand what you're doing, you know? And
Very dangerous.
yeah, and so it's malicious, and I mean, it is what it is, but the city has to change.
Yeah.
And that mentality has to go, you know? And so, but I appreciate everybody's hard work on it. It was challenging times, but, you know, we can't be the same Middletown that we were before and allow that mentality to just rule the city.
Right,
So,
right.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here, I'll give you the impossible challenge.
Oh, no. I thought I already had some.
No, well, and this is where you can talk to other municipalities on how they're dealing with it. This is on building code, my world. The folks that bother me, and they're mainly from out of town, is house flippers. Now, fortunately, because properties have now come up to a point where house flipping is not as lucrative as it used to be. But this is my concern, because I've been called in for consultants, and I also, at times, because I have an ESI license, I shadow the city of Middletown just to keep active. What bothers me is you'll see what I call lipstick on a pig. And I mean, the houses are nice, they're painted, there's new floors, there's new appliances. But the thing is they kept the plumbing, the electrical, and if they can get away with it, the HVAC from the original structure. Now, 9 times out of 10, they'll change out the HVAC because it's about shot. But my thought is I'm thinking of this young couple or young persons. This is their first house. And my code changes every 3 years. There's a reason for that. So if they have wiring, if they even updated the wiring, that's from the last century, and the code from last century, suddenly they have a kitchen that they can plug in their refrigerator, but they can't plug in their microwave. Or they can plug in their microwave and the refrigerator, but they can't have a coffee pot or a dishwasher. And I know it's like you're asking a lot, but I would like to see what other groups are doing to combat this. And the combat is, don't come here. Or if you're going to come here, you have to pull a permit. The Ohio building code is if you pull more than 33% off of any of the structure, it is considered renovation. It is considered permitted. And it is just disturbing sometimes. And when I went to the academy, they said that the normal secret sauce is if you see a dumpster in the driveway. Well, a lot of them just don't put a dumpster in. They just have pickup trucks and they move them in and out with the stuff. And I'm not, like I said, it's an impossible task because unfortunately in the state of Ohio, you don't have to be licensed to do construction work. You don't have to, for carpentry, you don't have to have a license, or even general contracting. They put that on the architects and the engineers. The rest of us have to have licensing. And it does bother me at times when young folks, they have this nice new shiny home and then suddenly they go upstairs and they come and have one TV on because there's only one circuit for the whole floor because last century we didn't have TVs in every room or little heaters or so on and so forth. So I'm not asking to draw up a big ordinance or anything like that, but just ask when you're having those conversations of what other cities are doing, what are they doing about flippers that are coming in, and they're not coming in to help the community. They're coming in to buy the property at a bankruptcy sale, put $30,000 in it, and make their $30,000 or $40,000 and they don't care. Once they sell it, it's gone, and it's that new homeowner that has to deal with what they chose not to do. Because my code and all the other codes are very aggressive about safety, about also making it convenience for the current technologies that we have. And last century, we just didn't have those things. So, just a thought.
Yeah, I like it. I wrote it down.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with this one last video. This is our sizzle reel for the city, and I think this fully encompasses sort of everything that I've heard today. You know, Middletown is great. We are on our way to making some good changes. Staff and team is getting more cohesive. We have a council regime that's very decisive, and that works well for business retention and business attraction, which goes back to Councilman Lawley's point of it comes back to income revenue that's generated. So as we will start to use this as a marketing piece for site selection visits, I think this encapsulates both of those. Wait. Hey, Bill, we don't have sound. The man behind the screen, the wizard. Was it when I yelled your name, Bill? All right, ready to try it? You want me to try it? Wait, shoot. I hate it when I do that. No. Come on, Bill, work your magic. That's a good question. Yeah, I could sing it. You probably don't want me to.
Now we're really behind schedule. Thanks, Alicia.
I know, right? Sorry. Shall we try it one more time? Okay, well, then never mind. We'll put it on our website. Let me just play the video for you. But the music is quite upbeat. We'll put it on our website and you'll get to hear it. Okay, well, I wasn't going to sing it, but it'll be good when you hear it. All right, I guess we've got, who we have coming up? Clayton?
Yep, if you want to hand it off to Clayton
All right.
for communications.
Hello. Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but it's way after morning. My name is Clayton Castle. I'm the communications manager for the city of Middletown. And usually communications does not talk at these strategic planning sessions, but I figured with everything that's happened with J.D. Vance and the national and international spotlight being on Middletown for a good 6 months, figured I'd just say a few words, give you some insights into what has happened here in Middletown, both on social media and in the media. But before I begin, I'm kind of bummed that she left. But one of my favorite parts about working in communications and working in PR is getting to connect and cultivate relationships with the media. When I worked at NKU, I felt like I got all the media contacts, but when I moved up here, I was approached by a little publication called the Journal News, and they've been great to work with. I got Rick McCraft for about 2 weeks before he retired, and for the past year, we've had Lauren Pack, and all of us have gotten called by Lauren Pack, and sometimes it's, some calls are better than others, but that's because she's really good at her job. And I just want to recognize her because she is actually retiring at the end of February. So we will have a new beat reporter in March, and I don't usually get the microphone at city council events, so I figured I just want to take this time to publicly recognize Lauren Pack, but she's not here. So congratulations, Lauren, and thank you for all your work. So let's begin. I wanted to start with some social media insights. Obviously, as you might imagine, with the global spotlight being on the city of Middletown due to the nomination and the election of J.D. Vance as vice president, our social media engagement kind of skyrocketed. Here's just a few of the metrics that saw increases. Reach, for those who don't know, is the number of unique persons who saw the post. So let's use I know Councilmember Steve West is active on social media. If the post pops up on his phone, that's a reach. He doesn't need to interact with it. As long as it popped up on his phone and he kind of scrolled by it, that's a reach. That went up, our reach in general went up 213% between January 22nd, I use that day because that's the day I started here in the city of Middletown, through January 22nd of this year, just a few days ago. Content interactions, so that's if Steve West goes on a post, or Councilmember West goes on a post, and he hearts it or he comments on it, that's an interaction. That was up 682% in the last year, and this is compared to the same time frame the year before. And the visits are the number of times someone clicked on or typed in the City of Middletown, Ohio City Hall, and went to our page. That was up 189%. Now, I can't take credit for that. I just give all credit to J.D. Vance for being nominated and elected vice president. And so here are some numbers through July 4th. So that was right before now Vice President Vance was nominated to be on the ticket. Reach was up 122.7%. Interactions were up 186.3%. And visits were up 155.5%. One of my favorite initiatives I've gotten to do this past year is bringing back the Middletown newsletter. When Nathan approached me when I first started this job, and he said, we want to bring back a newsletter, I said, okay, but is it okay if I make one little change to what your typical newsletter is? And he said, what? And I said, I would like to do like a feature story. You don't really see feature stories in newsletters. You usually just see updates and news and information. But I wanted to be able to highlight some of the success stories, some of the great people in this town. And so the first issue, we featured Heather Gibson, who was the owner of Triple Moon Coffee Shop downtown. And she actually had a stroke in the summer of 2023. And so it was an honor to tell her story and how she recovered from that stroke and how she is still active in the city. She sits on a Amanda Septic work committee. And she's just very active in the community and trying to make the lives of all Middletonians better, but particularly the Amanda District. The second feature story we did was for the fall newsletter, and we featured the Grandpa Gang because we wanted to celebrate Light Up Middletown for 25 years. And the Grandpa Gang has been there every step of the way. I got to go to the big barn in Smith Park and just sit with them for about an hour. And man, if I can be that active and that just awesome in my 80s, I'll consider myself lucky because these guys, they do a lot, and a lot of these guys have been there all 25 years, and it's just been an honor to get to know them and to tell their story. And finally, obviously, this past newsletter that came out just this week, actually, highlighted and featured Vice President Vance, kind of his upbringing, his going from McKinley Street here in Middletown, and now he's on Pennsylvania Avenue in the White House as the vice president. It was quite an honor to be able to interview his mom, to talk about his upbringing and her challenges and how that really inspired him to go to the heights that he is at now. Okay. Oh, I also do want to mention there is currently a survey for the newsletter. You can find it on the city website, cityofmiddletown.org, and it is under the city news tab. We're trying to get feedback on the newsletter, what people like, what people don't like. We're exploring possibly doing maybe like a digital-only monthly, maybe a 2-pager. So that's something that we're exploring and that we are asking for feedback from residents and council members and city administration on what they'd like to see change or different in the newsletters going forward. So a lot of positive news stories happened in Middletown in 2024. One thing that I really tried to put an emphasis on when I started my position a year ago was when I worked in the media, I worked at a couple stations in Cincinnati, and you never heard about Middletown unless, it was crime or shooting or a crash or something. Unfortunately, we were the epitome of if it bleeds, it leads. And so what I really wanted to do was try to tell our story, be able to really promote all the good things happening in 2024. Obviously, the big one was the nomination and election of J.D. Vance. But we also had some significant developments. Renaissance Point, the $200 million project, there was quite a lot of media presence there. The Cleveland Cliffs grant announcement back in March. The groundbreaking for the renovation of the Robert Sunny Hill Community Center, Butler Tech, the Ohio Challenge, and there were many more, but these were quite the highlights that I'm really proud we got media coverage on. So I want to talk a little bit about the impact that J.D. Vance's nomination, Vice President Vance's nomination and election as VP has had on the city of Middletown. So as soon as news began to break that that then Senator Vance would be on the ticket with President Donald Trump, a lot of media just started to descend upon Middletown. For those who work in the city manager's wing, we had reporters from all over the world come to that door, ring the doorbell, and want to talk to someone. I know a lot of you guys were interviewed, a lot of city administration was interviewed, I was interviewed, a lot of other staff members and residents were interviewed. And I think one question that I get quite often is, what's that experience been like? And I really just said surreal, because I never thought that, a town like Middletown, we're not a Cincinnati, we're not a Dayton, we don't attract a lot of media attention. But when this happened, the global eyes were on us. And that's something that I really took in stride, and I was really proud of, because it allowed us to really tell Middletown's story on a global scale. And that was possible. I know there's a lot of division with now Vice President Vance, or just with politics in general, but it was possible to do an interview without getting political. And that's what I was really honored to be able to do, and got to tell Middletown's story, Middletown's rebirth on that scale. So some of the countries that were represented, obviously the United States, but not Cincinnati. We saw reporters from Chicago, LA, New York City, many more here in Middletown. We had a reporter from London, from Sweden, from France, Norway, Germany, Canada, and India. A little funny story about India was they did a story this past week about the signs that were going up. And they titled me as municipal spokeswoman, Clayton Castle. So, I just took that in stride because I just thought that was funny. But to have this spotlight was quite a remarkable experience for all of us, not just myself, to be able to tell Middletown's story on that scale. So what am I looking to do in 2025? One thing that I've always wanted to do since I started here, and every time I get close to wanting to start it, something big happens. But I'm finally putting my foot down, and we're finally going to bring the city podcast back. And in a way, I'm kind of glad it got pushed down the pike a little bit, because after what's happened with Vice President Vance, I kind of want to retool what I thought I wanted to do with the podcast. I'd actually like to tell more Middletown success stories, like the J.D. Vances, like the Kayla Harrisons, like the Kyle Schwarbers, like the marching band and the Miami marching band member who used to be in Middletown that performed with Snoop Dogg last month. So kind of telling those stories. I think that might be an avenue that we go with the podcast. We're always looking for new and innovative ways of reaching people who are not online or on social media. The newsletter is a big way, but we need to do a better job. I need to do a better job of reaching the people who are not online at all. Some people can't get to our website. They don't have Wi-Fi. They don't have the internet. They don't have, a laptop. They might not have accessibility to social media or the web. So I want to do more community engagement, going to talk to organizations and groups. I'm now the city rep on the Kiwanis Club. So being able to go there and give updates, go to Rotary, go to Middletown Connect, talk to these different organizations about what's happening in the city, and spread news and information that way. Another new initiative is reviewing the social media policy for the city. That's one thing that I know I can get better on, just in general, is my social media and how I post to the city page. But we're also going to be reviewing not just what gets posted, but who posts it and on what page. The last time our social media policy was updated was in 2019. And in 2019, we didn't have the Middletown, Ohio events page, the event center page, the senior programming page, and the airport page. So we're going to review that policy and review who posts what on what page, what belongs on the City Hall page, what belongs on the Middletown, Ohio events page, and so on and so forth. So we're really going to clean up our social media. Personally speaking, I know some of my social media posts can be a little confusing, so I'm actually going to personally take the initiative to kind of study best practices for municipal social media, because I come from the traditional media, and social media and traditional media is a lot different than municipal social media. So really going to learn those best practices and initiate those in the coming year. Lean more into visual storytelling. You saw some in Lisha's presentation. We're really leaning in towards telling our story with videos and graphics and other ways of telling our story that way. That's not just a graphic on social media or our newsletter. As Lisha also mentioned, we're investing in advertising and advertorials to tell a Middletown story. So what's really nice about the media now in terms of buying ad space is you don't buy space for necessarily an ad. You just buy space now. So you can do whatever you want with that space. So there are a lot of times where we talked about buying a full page ad and maybe doing a half page ad and a half page advertorial, which is basically us writing a story about Middletown and being able to do that. And that is another way of telling Middletown story. So we're looking at opportunities in the media, in publications, print, digital, in leaning in towards into advertising and advertorials. And obviously, any additional guidance from council would be much appreciated as well on this or anything else that you may have. And from that, I'll stop.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
Was this a one-year contract or a two-year contract that we signed for the newsletter?
It was a 2-year contract.
2-year, okay. I
Yep.
thought it was multi-year. No, I mean, I think that's been a great way to, everybody's been talking about it, which is mostly good, right? I mean, there's always going to be the naysayers, but when it comes to the social media itself, I mean, I've seen a lot of the comments on there where people are just like picking apart whatever. I guess at the end of the day, don't sweat it. People are going to complain. If you get enough engagement to where there's people complaining, that means you're probably getting, you're getting out there in high volumes. But I mean, most of the time, I think it's just people, I get it. There's a little bit of a confusion. Like sometimes people will say, well, wait, this event or that event, is that event on the city page or is it through, but regardless, I mean, I guess what my point is, it's good that we have a heavy social media presence, no matter what page, right? Just recently when this place's Facebook page was launched, I thought about it. I was like, wait, there isn't a Facebook page for this new event center. But I wouldn't allow people's critiques to persuade you or bother you in a sense. I mean, social media is social media. It's kind of just brain rot for the most part. But I think overall, having the presence that we've seen in the last year, it's a great building block. Obviously, with Vice President Vance's nomination and then election, things just really blew up overnight. But I think the podcast is a really a great idea, not only to storytell other success stories, but it could even flourish into something where you highlight a particular business or small business here in town. It could be something that just opened or something that's been open for a long time. Obviously, it could be something for events, things like that. And if video storytelling becomes so prevalent, that right there is a whole new thing. Because then you're into other areas of social media that most people, even really young, the Instagram Reels and things like that. So I mean, that's a whole other potential avenue. Because everybody's curious about Middletown right now, and a lot of my friends, that don't live in this area, from the military and stuff, they used to ask where I lived years ago, and I'd say, just north of Cincinnati, because most people know where Cincinnati is. And now I just tell them, I'm from J.D. Vance's hometown. And they're like, no way. So the brand of Middletown has changed, quite a bit. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But I like the direction it's going, especially with a lot of the be able to podcast, or even, I would even take it a step further, like you said, with the video storytelling. Like, that could be a really cool avenue to kind of show what's going on. There's so many people engaging, in any Middletown social media, because they're just curious. Like, what's that town like? So, and especially with some of the reporters coming in from overseas, they were just trying to look for some sort of substance to at least partially validate his memoir.
Yeah.
And I'm like, a couple of times they'd hop in my truck and I'd be like, I will, we'll show you. You can spend $1 million or $80,000 on a house in Middletown. It's one of the most unique cities around. So, but no, I appreciate it. And if there's anything, we can do to help you out, or if you think, like, whether it's a newsletter or whatever, if there's things that we can posture up, I mean, just let us know.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, we've come to our last presentation of the day from Public Works, so we'll have Scott Tadish come on up.
Scott, you have to catch us back up. So.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll chase everybody else out of here, so. So I'm just going to touch on several projects we have going on in 2025. The first, we have 3 significant paving projects planned. The first project includes a combination of minor arterial streets. Work on all streets will include milling. Oh, wait a minute, let me skip ahead. My bad. Milling 3 inches of pavement, spot base repair is needed, and then placing new asphalt back prior to pavement striping. In addition, curbs, drive aprons, and sidewalks will be repaired. All handicap ramps will be upgraded to current standards. Streets included with this project are Manchester Road from Brill Boulevard east to the city limits, Brill Boulevard between, Rosedale Road and Manchester, then Grand Avenue from Brill Boulevard to the Alameda. Estimated cost is $4 million for that project. Next, we have the ODOT Urban Paving Project that you've seen a couple, I think, contracts for already. This will be the same scope of work as the other projects, or the previous project. And this project is from on State Route 122, from the University Boulevard overpass to Jackson Lane. This project is $2.8 million, and approximately 50% of the cost will be paid by ODOT. Both of these projects are scheduled to be completed in 2025. Our third paving project will include multiple streets, including residential streets throughout the city. Work will include 3 inches of milling, a combination of spot base repair and cement stabilization, depending on the street, asphalt paving and pavement striping, curbs, drive aprons, sidewalks, and handicap ramps will be repaired as needed. Estimated project cost for this is $3.5 million, and $1 million of that will be an OPWC, Ohio Public Works Commission grant. Just a note, since the grant funding is involved, this project actually can't start till after July. So this will carry over into 2026. So here's a map for all the paving projects. This is posted on the city's website now. I also wanted to mention, I'm going to get all the streets re-rated this year for pavement condition, so we can start to put together future paving plans. It's been a while since we've done that. Were there any questions on paving before we move on, or?
I just have a comment. I get a lot of people speaking to me about streets and paving and things like that. And one area that people speak about a lot is the Amanda area, the south end of the city.
Yes.
And specific streets there, like Rufus and other streets where there's flooding and all kinds of things, where they desperately need paving. But I don't see any of those streets. So is that one of the things that will
Yeah, I think we'll definitely look, and I think we're doing, and maybe Sam and Nathan can chime in. I think we're doing pretty well with our street levy funding. So I'm hoping going forward, we'll be able to keep this up and keep doing more.
Right, so that's probably going to be looked at in the what you just talked about, the
Yes, with the
re-rated.
new, correct.
Correct, wonderful.
All right.
One
Oh,
question
sorry, go ahead.
to Nathan. Are we going to have to levy again?
So just a reminder, council, so that was a 10-year levy that was passed back in what, 22?
21, 20, or was it 20, but it started in 21, I think.
So to maximize its impact, the city borrowed against those projected revenues so that Scott and his team could really crank out a lot of paving the last 3 years.
Right.
We are collecting more than the debt service on those bonds right now. I think, I'm gonna look at Sam, we're probably about $1.2 million to the good the last year or two. But I would say this, and this is, I think, a very, very apropos, strategic planning session type of discussion, is the long-term need or not, and that's your judgment as council, for the continuation of that extra 0.25% of income tax. It allows our Public Works Department to get on a sustainable pavings, replacement schedule of, 20 years,
right,
15 to 20 years, depending upon the type of street, that avoids the even more costly issues of, if you let a road go too long, it's not just mill and fill anymore, it's significant base repairs or it's complete reconstruction, which is incredibly expensive per linear foot. So.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Excuse me. All right. So as you may recall, the city was awarded approximately $1.5 million in grant funds through the OKI Carbon Reduction Program to install EV charging stations at several locations on city-owned property. There are 4 locations, the first being Smith Park, which will include 15 level 2 charging stations spread between 3 separate locations within the park. Basically near the existing buildings within the park, what used to be the Knothole concession stand, the soccer building next to the pond, and then I think over by the Canal Museum parking area. Second, there will be 2 DC fast charging stations installed in the city-owned parking lot behind Triple Moon Coffee. Third, there will be 2 level 2 charging stations installed at Jayco Park. And finally, there will be 5 level 2 charging stations installed in the south parking lot of the city building. We will be utilizing a consultant to prepare plans and specifications for bidding. The city will administer the project on ODOT's behalf since federal funds are being used. ODOT's current schedule has the plan design and review process taking most of 2025 with installation beginning in 2026. It's possible we might be able to move ahead a little bit faster, but I don't want to make any promises because the federal money makes the review process longer than what you would think it should be. So, any questions on EV charging project at this point? Okay. The city obtained a USDA urban forestry grant for $300,000 in 2024. There are 4 components to the project. First, a citywide inventory and tree risk assessment. A consultant will be utilized to inventory all trees in the public right-of-way through GPS. Characteristics such as species and trunk diameter will be identified. Trees will be assessed for health condition and maintenance needs. The estimated cost for this phase is $150,000. We have the RFP just about ready, and this will be going out soon. This will likely take most of 2025 to complete. So once the inventory and risk assessment are complete, high-risk trees will be removed. However, grant funds for removal can only be used in disadvantaged census tracts. And there's a map coming up that'll show you where that's at. The estimated cost for this phase is $56,000. Next, mature trees will be pruned based on maintenance needs, As before, grant funds for tree pruning can only be used in the disadvantaged census tract. Project budget for this phase is actually $44,000. That's a typo on the slide. The final component of the project is tree planting. We expect to plant approximately 125 trees. ODNR staff will assist the city in determining locations within the public right-of-way, most likely the boulevard system. Again, these funds can only be used in the disadvantaged census tract areas. The good news here is the tree planting can move forward ahead of completing the inventory and risk assessments. That's something we're hoping to do this year with that money. Also, there are funds budgeted in general capital for 2025 for additional tree planting, removals, or pruning. These funds could potentially be used in areas outside the grant eligible area, and this is the area in green is the grant eligible area, so it's roughly 2/3 of the city, give or take. Pause there, didn't know if you had any questions on that project at this time. All right, moving right along. Park improvements will continue in 2025. Goldman Park is the current focus. As you know, new playground equipment was installed towards the end of 2024. Turf restoration around the playground will happen in late winter. Next, we are working on improvements to the existing concession building to accommodate Midway baseball. A roofing contractor has been selected and will proceed as soon as weather permits. A general contractor will be selected for various other building improvements. And the next major item to be addressed is ball field leveling. Through the years of use and field dragging, significant humps have formed in the fields as you transition from the infield to outfield. So as you can imagine, this makes fielding difficult and along with the potential safety issues for players. So that's something we need to look at. The next focus of the park board going forward, I think this is going to be a topic at our next park board meeting, are improvements to Damon Park. Park boards is in the process of determining what they believe is needed based on neighborhood feedback along with budget. We do have a contractor lined up to do some tree trimming and removal soon. And then I also wanted to mention, and Ashley might want to chime in on this, staff is looking at reacquiring the existing building that is currently used by Salvation Army to possibly repurpose it for a neighborhood activity center. So, I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, right now, Lisha and her team are working on getting appraisals for that building, and then we're going to be in further conversation with the Salvation Army on what that looks like. I mean, the goal is that we'd get that back and incorporate it in the park.
All right. Okay, as directed by City Council, the Douglas Park splash pad will be replaced in 2025. A design consultant has been hired and survey work will be started this coming week. Actually, they were hoping to do it this week, but there's still snow all over the place. Final design to be completed by mid-March. Construction is expected to be substantially completed by July 4th. The existing splash pad can remain operational while the new splash pad is being built. The estimated cost for this project is $500,000. Here is a concept of the new splash pad. The new splash pad will be located to the south of the existing one next to the playground. This concept does show a new playground. That's not part of this project right now. The existing splash pad will be replaced or removed and replaced with a covered picnic area matching the existing picnic area once completed. A walkway will connect the picnic area to the new splash pad with the existing playground and onto the sidewalk along Minnesota Street. All right. One final item, we need to finalize the design on the park improvements on top of the CSO basin at Manchester and Maine. The design consultant is finishing a constructability analysis based on feedback from city staff and Holiday Hoopla on the concept plan. Originally, $2 million was allocated for within the project budget for the park improvements. However, based on our concept, we're closer to $3.5 million right now. So we need make some decisions on that. this, pretty soon, because construction is scheduled for 2026. I know we met last fall. I believe the mayor and Mr. West were there, along with Holiday Hoopla. It's probably a good time to reconvene that group, I would say, to finalize this, unless council has other thoughts.
Oh, Scott, Mr. Tadich, I was just curious, with the cost going up, is that also, was the original plan before inflation really hit us? Is this also some of the materials costs, or is that just?
I think this was, when we got original, and this is probably back, I don't know if it's 2 years or a year and a half ago, when we originally got feedback from city council based on what they wanted at the time. It was probably a little more aggressive than our original budget would allow. So it's not really an inflation thing. And one thing I will mention, they had a hard time getting real costs for this because it's been so far out. Although now I think we're probably close enough to where, like 2 years ago, a contractor's not going to say, oh, I think this is going to be X dollars, because it was just too far out to get a true cost estimate. But I think we're getting closer now to where hopefully we can get a true cost estimate, and maybe we're a little maybe this $3.5 million was a little conservative and it'll be something less. But these days with construction costs are going through the roof. So here's a concept drawing. The upper left side is a concrete area for possibly locating the portable skating rink. There's a covered pavilion to the south. In the middle of the park would be an event lawn with an area to set up the showmobile or another stage. The bottom middle shows a green infrastructure drainage feature. And then to the right is an overhead trellis structure and swings, along with additional landscape and hardscape features. So obviously we could dial this back if that's ultimately council's direction. This is just a cutaway section showing how the basin sits under the park. Here you're just really just showing a lawn area on top of it, but just to give you a idea of how it's oriented under that park. So that is all I have.
Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Horn?
So in Douglas Park, we're doing version 2 of a splash pad. Can you just kind of briefly walk me through what is the biggest challenges since we've adopted these splash pads at Smith Park and now Douglas Park? Is it something that just over time, the depreciation of the liner, the motors,
Yeah.
What's causing the biggest thing? Because what happens is we do this, and then a year from now, we get a lot of citizens coming at you, saying, why doesn't this work?
No, so with the original Douglas splash pad, that was kind of like a retrofit. So they used like the original mechanical equipment from the pool that was there.
Okay.
So we're not doing any of that because that's been a nightmare, frankly. Things blown apart inside there. And really both splash pads, which reminds me, Sunset's, we're getting to a point where Sunset's going to need replaced pretty soon too, probably within the next
You mean
2 to
Smith
3.
Park.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Yep.
correct, Smith Park. So I think it was more, when both splash pads were originally built, I mean, it was great that we did it, but I think we did it sort of like partially in-house and partially with contractors, and in all, honesty, they've lasted, I'm trying to think, 15 years or plus. So I think we've got our original money's worth out of it. Now, I know the toys at Douglas haven't been working, or many of the toys haven't been working for several years now. And again, I think that's because of the way it was originally built and utilizing that existing mechanical infrastructure.
And that infrastructure, what I was told, wasn't the infrastructure that could hold up to this this
Right.
weather, this environment, and
Right,
what's
and that's
going in there.
why, and I know everyone hates using consultants, but that's why we use a consultant with professional background in building splash pads to know that the correct materials to use and what have you.
It may be worth spending a little bit more
Right,
money.
we're spending more up front, but we're gonna get a better product in the
And
end.
that's what I'm getting at, is
Right.
this is gonna be all new. And
Correct.
then
Totally new.
With that, you'll have a maintenance schedule, so you'll kind of know,
Yes.
you know, year 5, we're gonna be doing this, year 10, we're gonna be doing this. It's just, it's preventative maintenance to you from when the citizens start getting upset because it's.
Right.
They don't, people don't think that way. They don't think, you know, it's been here for 5, 10 years and things do break, especially if it was kind of using the old Douglas pool pumps over here and then trying to match it up with this part over here that's not maybe rated to be.
Correct.
Have summer, winter, summer, winter, summer, winter hit these parts. So I'm glad we're doing something new, and then obviously we're going to have to probably have a conversation down the road with Smith Parks.
Which, the consultant we've been dealing with, they actually think there might be some grants available for splash pads in the future, so we'll be looking into that as well.
And its lifespan will be 30 to 40 years.
Well,
It's-
I don't know
it's,
about, I mean, there's still a,
I get it, but it's similar to the fire stations, you know?
Right.
Back in the day, we built fire stations that lasted 20, 25 years. Well, now these fire stations, we know these things are gonna last, Nathan, they tell us 40 to 50 years. So,
Yeah, and I think this same exact vendor, Aquatix, is who did, was it Springborough's new one?
probably, and I think that's another point. Now, I think the vendors have consolidated to, there's probably
Yeah.
only a few throughout the country, so I think replacement parts are gonna be easier to obtain if something does go wrong, so.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Honestly, we've caught back up, so I
Thanks,
left
Scott.
some
Appreciate
time for, if there's any final feedback or you're ready to close, I mean, we're kind of at that point now.
Well, is there anything that anybody heard today that you would like to, or maybe you forgot to say or didn't have time? Questions, comments on anything you heard today? In that case, I think we'll just look forward to Mrs. Carter's comments and kind of just sit with what we've learned. It was really well done. Did you want to say something, Mr.
yeah, I
Rowley?
just have a couple comments because the point of this was to give staff direction. So I did want to say a few things. I hope I want to encourage staff. The big thing I took from this today and what I hope to give you is I really liked what I saw. I think it shows that staff has a lot of projects going on. So for the most part, my direction to staff is stay the course. Every department, what they're putting forward, I think you got a lot going in your departments, and I think if you keep going forward with the projects you have up there, I think the city is going to see a lot of productivity, and I think you're going to make Middletown a better place. Community and economic development, wow. I mean, you guys have done a lot. You got a lot going on. I'm very appreciative. I don't think the city of Middletown really sees a lot of what that department does. I think one of the best things we did was combine that department because I love what I'm seeing in terms of why we did it, a one-stop shop. If I want to come and start a new business in Middletown, I go to the 3rd floor and I get everything done there. I put a lot of positivity on that. And I think the good thing that I've seen on that is actually Nathan and Lisha and the whole team have worked to even see how they can improve that even better. My thing on that, though, and you know how I feel about this, and that's in terms of economic development, I want to see more jobs. Pure and simple. I get all the other frilly stuff and the do good things, but the challenge from me is I want to see new jobs, because it's when we increase that income tax, that's when we can put more police officers and firefighters on the streets and more people in parks and finance and that. So that's my big challenge to you there. And EI Ceramics, that's, we're going to see 70 new jobs. That's awesome. That's the direction, and that's what we want to hear. When we start seeing the new jobs from out at Renaissance Point, that's what I'm talking about. That's that's how we're going to sustain and build this city. So I'm very appreciative of that. The housing, the airport, the HERP, the code enforcement, stay the course. And that's my take and my direction. I think today was very, very worthwhile. So thanks. And, you know, I think you guys all did a great job in your presentation. And just make sure, Scott, you pave my street every couple of years.
Any other comments or questions? Or comments, basically, at this point, no questions.
No, I mean, I would agree with Mr. Lawley. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot going on in this city. There's a lot of positive things. Exactly, stay the course. I mean, I was just having this conversation yesterday with Lauren Pack, actually. And I think there's just been so much going on, a lot of noise, right? And I think as a city, like, we've been able to stay focused on the people here. And so I appreciate everything that we saw today. There's a lot of financial decisions, right, that we'll have to kind of think through. But I would agree with Paul in that, you know, if we can keep adding jobs and bringing businesses in, and hopefully soon we'll hear back on Cliff's decision on the DOE grant. I mean, that's going to be something that will immediately change our financial portfolio as well. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, anything else? Okay, then I just want to say also, just adding on there, the jobs, yes, and I'll just say the sustainably paid, high-paid jobs. That's what we're really looking for Middletown. So thank you very much, and I did want to say thank you to staff, all of staff who made this happen today. The presentations were excellent. You all did a very wonderful job explaining to council, but also the entire city, who can now watch this online and say, okay, this is what we're looking at for the year. But this also gives us really great benchmarks for the timeline for the year as well, and that's great for council to have, so we know where we're going to be at certain times. So thank you again, very well done. And at this point, at this time, unless you have anything to say, anything else further add? Okay. So at 2:11 p.m., we will adjourn this special work session of City Council, and until our next meeting, which is Tuesday, February 4th at 5:30 p.m. in Council Chambers for our next regular City Council meeting. Thank you.